some secret location. And we didn't dare object or pass comment. We were too worried about arousing her suspicions. But then we heard that the Mentor had issued another decree. I had already begun serving as captain of the ship, part of Collendorf's fleet, when Albie contacted us. He's late. I don't want to stand here any longer than I have to. I have a feeling I might catch something.
I'm more worried about being missed. The Mentor still seems to be giving me a certain amount of leeway, but if I'm absent from my duties for too long, she's bound to start getting a bit twitchy.
You've only just got back from the front, haven't you? Doesn't she let you have any leave?
Yes, but, well, let's just say I've been attending to some important business that I don't think she'd entirely approve of. I was expected back on Lopra some time ago.
I think I know better than to ask what you've been up to.
Do you now?
Albie!
Sorry I'm late. Not exactly easy to find your way around this place. Fog everywhere.
Well, I suppose that makes it an ideal secret meeting place.
Welcome to the planet Emeron.
One of a growing number of worlds people are starting to call the punished planets.
Then you've heard the rumors too? This place used to be pretty high-tech. Look at it now. Heading towards the Stone Age.
And what else have you heard? Presumably you have something to tell us. Or are we standing around here risking our health just for old time's sake? Albie had heard that the Mentor had ordered the destruction of all converted dormant humanoids who had been held in the cryochamber over a certain amount of time. Anyone held longer than a specified cutoff point would be transported to the vicinity of a suitable collapsing star and fired into the center of it.
Apparently, our glorious Mentor thinks that is the only sure way she can be certain that any enemy Dalek implants are totally destroyed.
Well, she's thorough, I'll give her that.
And guess what?
What?
They've just found a suitable collapsing star. And Suze is on the list for destruction.
For some time, none of us could say anything. Then slowly, bit by bit, we formulated our plan. Albie already had plenty of undercover contacts in all the places that counted, and that's the way he works. He managed to get your cryopod tagged for identification. Then he shadowed the ship, taking you
for extermination.
He fired at the ship, trying to make it look like it had been the victim of an enemy Dalek raiding party. Then we arranged for me to accidentally stumble across the wreckage and rescue you.
And just why should you want to rescue me?
You doubt Albie's motives?
No. It's yours I doubt.
And Collendorf's?
Why did the Emperor do this to me?
We don't know. I'm sorry.
Sorry? What good would that do? If you're right about what I've got hidden somewhere in my mind, and if I know Carl, he's got a plan.
Marber to Captain Marana.
What is it, Marber?
A ship's come into range. It's one of ours. A small gunship. Is this the rendezvous?
Thank you, Marber. I'm on my way to the bridge.
It's Albie, isn't it? Isn't it? Tell me.
I think so.
I'm coming with you.
No, I think it would be best
I'm
if you...
coming with you.
I could have you sedated.
You'll have to. Well?
Maybe one of us has to start trusting. Come with me.
This is Alliance scout ship Defiant to unidentified gunship. Please send your call sign, or we'll be forced to consider you as hostile. Ah, Captain, Who's this?
A personal guest of mine.
Guest?
Any contact with the ship?
Nothing yet. She's not sent us a call sign.
Come on, Albie. What's the matter with you?
Is that Albie's ship?
It looks like it. Mr. Marber, try again.
Very well. This is Alliance scout ship Defiant calling unidentified gunship. Please send your call.
Ship Defiant, we are coming into dock.
Commander Brooke, I thought you'd gone dumb on us. Albie?
He's not responding, Captain.
I'd noticed.
What's wrong?
I'm not sure.
Gunship is moving into docking approach. Do we let him dock, Captain?
Have a security detachment meet me at airlock reception, Marber. Security detachment, take up defensive positions. Just in case.
Why are you expecting trouble?
Because I caught the caution bug off Collendorf. I think you better stay out of the way.
Are these your friends?
Yeah, they are, but just keep quiet for now, Morley. There's a good girl.
Albie, come on out! Who's that with him?
Albie!
Stay back! For God's sake,
But Albie, it's me!
Enemy Daleks, take cover!
Squad, open fire!
Don't shoot! Ah, no!
Cease firing!
Exterminate! Lay down your weapons or we will exterminate Albie Brock! Obey!
Sorry, Mirana.
Obey! Obey!
Do as they say, now! All right. Our weapons are down. Now what are you doing here? What do you want?
Where is Susan Mendes? You will surrender her to us immediately!
Coming soon in Dalek War.
I am Susan Mendes.
No, she's lying. She isn't.
Albie, don't make them angry again!
These other humans are not required. Exterminate them!
But sometimes the Daleks understand us better than we understand ourselves.
What did you hope to achieve by reviving her?
So you propose that we should take a further risk?
We must press ahead into Earth's solar system before the second wave of enemy Dalek ships can attack.
Why have you disobeyed the orders of your ally in this war?
When you lose control, the Daleks lose their power over you. But it never lasts for long.
I sense you have lost your caution.
Sometimes caution can lose you the battle, even the war.
You can't feel angry forever. Not if you're just... me.
Susan Mendes! Humanoid life forms, beware! The invasion of the Daleks has begun!
They came screaming out of the skies, gunning down anyone who wasn't fast enough to get out of the way.
Dalek Empire, an adventure on 4 CDs.
Increase the power! We must know what they are saying!
I remember what it was like before the Daleks came to Vega 6. The air was always fresh. The suns were always high in the sky. The water in the marsh lakes, always a sparkling blue.
All conquered planets will be exploited for their technological and industrial resources. Susan Mendes!
I don't want to die! You know I know you know that. Look, let's stop pretending. So, all right, I'll do your dirty work for you. I'll do it. I'll do it, all right? Just leave me alone.
I know what I have to do. Take control. Find Suze.
You may not ever find her.
Then I'll die trying.
Who is here? Answer!
Someone I thought was dead! Someone I'd fallen in love with. But you wouldn't understand that, would you? Just put it down to the human factor.
Do not move! Do not move! You are resistance! We have superior numbers. We have the superior technology. We will conquer your galaxy. It is only a matter of time.
Kill him!
Exterminate!
No! Angel of Mercy!
They are sure that they will win. That they will conquer our galaxy.
You want us to show pity?
Dalek Empire, an adventure on 4 CDs. Available now.
Susan Mendes, you will surrender her to us immediately. Answer!
Mirana,
Answer!
give me your gun.
What? Wait, what are you gonna do?
Don't waste time. I know what I'm doing. Just give it to me.
Answer, or we will exterminate Albie Brock.
I am Susan Mendes.
No, she's lying. She isn't.
Albie, don't make them angry again.
Albie, it's best this way.
No! Susan Mendes is dead.
Silence! Run computer scan. I obey. Physical characteristics match with database information. You are confirmed as Susan Mendes.
So, what now?
These other humans are not required. Exterminate them.
No!
We exterminate.
Get down! Open fire!
Exterminate.
Stop! Stop this! Stop this! Or I'll shoot myself. Do you hear me? I'll kill myself.
Cease firing immediately.
Cease fire!
I mean it. This gun is fully charged.
Drop the weapon. Surrender.
No! I know why you want me. I know I'm vital to your plan.
You know nothing.
You
of
want your Emperor back, don't you? You think that what's left of him is stuck in my brain, don't you? Well, answer!
Yes.
So if I blow my brains all over this bulkhead, the Dalek Supreme isn't going to be very pleased with you, is he? Is key.
You will not sacrifice your own life.
Why not? I did it before. Or so I thought. Well?
You've confused him, Suze.
Hello, Albie?
Hi.
Well, now's not exactly a good time, is it?
Yeah, I know. You... carry on.
Go on, tell her.
Molly, just shut up.
Oh, she's lovely, isn't she? Just like you said.
Daleks! I suggest you leave my ship.
We will not leave.
Well, what choice do you have? You need Susan Mendez alive. If you stay, she will kill herself.
Our objective is to capture Susan Mendez. We cannot leave without achieving our objective.
Stalemate.
Why do you require Susan Mendez?
She is our friend.
That is not the reason.
It is!
It's true! He loves her! Albie loves Sue!
We know of the emotional bond between them. But it is also clear that you are aware of the connection between Susan Mendez and our Emperor. What did you hope to achieve by reviving her? Answer? We know that the Mentor ordered her destruction. Why have you disobeyed the orders of your ally in this war?
That's none of your business. Just leave this ship.
We will not leave. You must have a plan.
No, I don't.
Karlandorf, Milana, and Albie Brock have a plan. What is it?
There is no plan. We're not Daleks. We did this because... I did this.
Because you love Susan Mendez.
Yes.
Perhaps Karlandorf and Milana have not shared knowledge of their plan with you, Albie Brock.
What are you trying to say?
Divide and rule, Albie. That's what it's up to.
Silence! We will take control of this ship.
No! You will be silent. All of you.
You will not kill yourself.
I will, if you harm anyone else on this ship.
You value your own existence. Your threat is meaningless.
But can you be sure? Can you take that risk?
You do not want us to harm Albie Brock.
You will not harm anyone on this ship.
We will take control of this ship.
No!
We will take control. The crew will lay down their weapons and be taken hostage. You will be imprisoned with them. If you do not harm yourself, all humans on this vessel will live.
What's the point of you taking control of this ship? You'll never get past them.
Silence! Silence! Those are our terms. Susan Mendez. Albie Brock is safe. The crew is safe. Do you still wish to kill yourself? Answer?
Suze?
You bastards.
Mr. Herrick!
Sir. Over here.
Are you all right, Herrick?
I think so.
Medic! I need a medic here!
I obey.
Get this man to the infirmary.
Medical facilities are overstretched. Human patients are being treated in strict order of severity of injury.
I'm the fleet commander and I'm giving you an order. This man is my executive officer and I need him fit enough to perform his duties as soon as possible.
I obey. I will bring an anti-grav stretcher.
You'll be all right, Eric.
Thank you, sir. They hit us pretty hard, didn't they?
Could have been worse. Did you see what happened?
Just as we were closing on the survivors of the enemy Dalek fleet, well, there was a glowing. They seemed to be firing at each other. For a moment, they were linked by something that looked like a giant web, a kind of web of energy.
The enemy Daleks linked the total mass output of their ship's reactors. Please climb aboard the anti-grav stretcher.
Then they just exploded.
Please climb aboard the
I'll help him. Come on.
Thank you, sir.
Is anyone in a fit state to give me a damage report?
I have sustained damage, but remain operational.
Are repairs underway?
Repair teams report slow progress. Damage to outer hull plates and engines was severe.
I knew the enemy Daleks would have a backup plan. They're trying to stall us until their second wave arrives. Any idea of fleet casualties?
Alliance fleet casualties currently stand at 132 ships, approximately 25% of our force.
My God.
The Mentor wishes to speak with you.
When doesn't she? All right, tell her I'm on my way.
Move into the loading bay. Move.
Keep moving. Everybody stay calm.
Suze, are you...
It's all right, Albie. Don't worry.
It's good to see you. Did I say that already?
Who's your friend?
I'm Morley. There's no need to be jealous.
No, I was just...
Albie saved me life back on the space station.
The space station?
We're just good friends.
Right. I see. Pleased to meet you. How did you say...
There's a lot to explain, Suze.
You think I don't realize that?
Now, Susan Mendez, you will surrender your weapon.
No, it stays with me.
Surrender it now, or we will exterminate the hostages.
If you do, I will kill myself. I've told you that. What's the matter with you? Don't you listen?
They're testing your resolve.
I know, they never change.
Very well. Daleks will remain here to guard you.
Where are you going?
Silence! There will be no escape attempts.
Now what?
At least we're still alive.
And that's thanks to you, Suze.
Thanks. For what? Giving in again.
What do you mean?
I told the Daleks I wanted to die once before. Years ago.
That you wanted to die? When?
When all this began.
But they didn't kill you though, did they?
No, obviously not.
Because they needed you.
Suze?
They needed someone. They thought it might be me. But they didn't force me to work for them. They just waited.
Waited for what?
Back on Vega 6, when they'd invaded, things got... well... it wasn't what you'd call pleasant. I couldn't see an end to it all. I wanted to see an end to it all. I told the Daleks I wanted to die because I was tired. And I was angry. But sometimes the Daleks understand us better than we understand ourselves. If you take someone who is tired and angry, and you give them food and rest, they get comfortable. They remember that life can be good. They regain their hope. And then you remember that you don't want to die. You can't feel angry forever. Not if you're just... me. And the same things happened again here. When you lose control, the Daleks lose their power over you. But it never lasts for long.
You're saying that you should have just killed yourself the moment the Daleks docked with my ship?
Yeah. If I was dead, the Dalek Emperor would be dead too. And you'd win the war. Well, wouldn't you?
It isn't as simple as that, Zeus.
You don't want to win?
It's a question of who exactly would be winning.
So the Dalek was right. You and Karlendorf do have a plan.
I don't know what Karlendorf has in mind. He said it would be safer that way. But I trust him, don't you?
He's a warrior of noble birth. I've always thought that made him pretty bleeding dangerous.
So you propose that we should take a further risk?
We must press ahead into Earth's solar system before the second wave of enemy Dalek ships can attack. If we can get a foothold on some of the outer moons, we can conserve power and hold out until our reinforcements arrive.
But with 25% of your current force destroyed, you will prove a poor match for the enemy's second wave if they should make their attack earlier than you predict.
But if we don't advance now, if we wait until their second wave can move into an optimum attack formation, we could be stuck out here for years, trying to battle our way in.
I sense you have lost your caution.
Sometimes caution can lose you the battle, even the war.
Have you received any reports on freighter Omega N7?
What? No, I haven't exactly had
My
time
monitors tell me that the scout ship Defiant has salvaged its cargo.
Has it? Well, good.
You are aware of who commands scout ship Defiant?
Yes, Mirana, but I don't see the relevance of
Were
that.
you aware of the nature of the cargo carried by Omega N7?
No, why?
Why was scout ship Defiant taken out of your attack formation and sent on routine patrol duties?
I've no idea. Must have been a command issued by one of the fleet's sub-commanders. If you like, I'll spend my time finding out for sure, rather than getting on with winning this war. I take it I still am in command of the fleet.
Mirana is your close friend, is she not?
You know that.
I thought you might have taken a personal interest in her duties. The answer to your previous question is yes. You are still in command of the fleet. You may proceed with your plan.
Thank you.
Report! All Daleks have disembarked from Albie ship with all necessary equipment. Has Dalek interface with this scout ship's control systems been achieved? I have achieved full interface with all scout ship Defiant systems. Activate main drive. I obey. Dramankin gas tanks must now be prepared for operation.
Ooh, that noise! We started moving, haven't we?
The Daleks have fired up our engines.
Albie! Look through the window! They're leaving your ship behind. What about Drudger?
He'll be all right, Morley, don't worry.
Won't he get lonely like? Aw, poor old Drudge.
The Daleks can't be planning to take us to Earth.
Earth? Going home? Are we?
Where else?
Actually, I've never been there. Earth? But...
That's where the Dalek Supreme is. It's the enemy Dalek stronghold, and it's probably where the Emperor's casing is by now.
The Emperor's casing? I thought you said that had disappeared.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Albie?
Yeah, me too. But how do you think I ended up with a bunch of Daleks on board my ship?
You tell me.
Well, I was about to set off for the rendezvous point.
When you were hijacked by Daleks?
Not quite. I picked up that distress call. You know, the one you detected when you were working on the Emperor's casing.
But didn't you say you shut that off, Mirana?
Yeah.
I know. That's why I knew I had to go and take a look when I picked up the signal. I traced it to a space station in the Bacaric system. I decided to take a look. Don't know what came over me. Must have thought I was a hero or something. Anyway, when I went aboard, I found there'd been a massive punch-up between two Dalek factions. Chunks of smashed casing all over the place. My Drudger was having trouble picking up life readings because of a nearby particle cloud or something. But suddenly, it detected movement. And then I started to remember. I'm not a hero.
I am unable to discern what is causing the movement.
Oh God, there's something in here with me. Sounds as if it's got feet. So, not a Dalek then, thank God. Hello? Who's there? Drudger, getting any clear readings yet?
Negative.
So, no ideas about what I'm dealing with here?
No ideas at all.
Bugger. All right, now, listen to me. If you come out with your hands up, I won't shoot. Come on.
Don't shoot! Please don't hurt us! I think I've bashed me knee! Ow!
Us? How many of you are there?
There's just me, man. Everyone else, they got killed, like. Don't shoot, mister! I'm starving.
Who are you?
Morley.
Morley.
That's me name, yeah. I'm one of the patients.
Patients? You mean this is a hospital?
Yeah. But I'm the only patient left now. Since the bad Daleks came.
The bad Daleks? They attacked?
Yeah. The good Daleks were looking after us. Then the bad ones attacked. Bloody huge battle. They were looking for something.
Who was?
The bad Daleks.
What were they looking for?
Dunno, mister.
Albie.
What?
My name's Albie.
Oh. Albie. Mine's Morley.
I know.
Do you?
Yeah, you just told me.
Did I? Oh, aye, sorry. I sometimes forget things, like, when I'm scared, you know?
All right, well, look, there's nothing to be scared of, okay?
Okie dokie, mister. Albie.
How's your knee?
Me knee? Oh, it's not bad. Just knocked it on something when I was running just then. Have you got out to eat?
How long since the Daleks were fighting here?
Dunno. Quiet now. Seems like ages. I've had to miss me dinner and everything. And breakfast, I think. Can't really remember, like, you know?
Here, have some of this.
Oh, thanks, mister. What is it? Tastes funny, like.
Basic nutrition bar. It'll build up your strength.
Well, I'm strong me anyways, mister.
Albie.
I'll be alright, sorry. Wanna feel me muscles?
Morley, listen to me. Who won the battle? The good or the bad Daleks? It's all right. Just take your time.
Oh, no, not again!
What was that?
Keeps happening. There was a lot of big explosions when the Daleks were fighting. I think they might have done some serious damage, like.
Oh, no. Drudger, I think there's a hull breach.
You are correct, Albie. I am reading severe buckling in the section adjoining your current position. I suggest you leave the space station immediately.
Yeah, well, I've picked up a survivor and she hasn't got a spacesuit. Morley, do you know where they keep the spacesuits? Come on! You've got to come with me. Maybe we can shut off this section. Come on!
Right, man. I'm with you, eh?
Come on!
Albie, there is a bulkhead door ahead of you.
Yeah, I see it.
If you can shut it behind you, you will seal yourself off from the damaged section.
That's it. It's closing.
Oh, well done, Albie. You've done it!
Now, Morley, are you sure that there are no Daleks left here?
Pretty sure.
Pretty sure.
Aye, well, you know, I think the good uns were killed. And I saw the bad uns when they were leaving.
The bad Daleks left.
Yeah. After they broke right through those walls into the special place, they just took that big thing and left.
Oh, hold on a minute. What big thing?
Massive. Big container thing.
Can you show me?
Nah, 'cause they took it. It's gone.
No, Morley, can you show me where they took it from?
Sure.
All right. Drudger, how's the hull of this thing standing up?
I am detecting no other areas of structural instability at the moment.
Good. I need to take a look around. I think we may have found where our Daleks have been keeping the enemy Dalek Emperor.
Party particle cloud signal interference now successfully filtered. Contact confirmed with Albie Brooks' spacecraft. He has docked with the hospital station. As predicted, has he entered the station? Readings indicate he has entered and encountered a surviving humanoid. Dispatch Transsolar Disk Squadron to capture them. I obey. The moment the squadron has launched, we must engage hyperdrive and leave this system. Understood.
My God.
What is it?
It's the bloody Emperor of the Daleks, that's what it is. What is this place?
Special place. Where the good Daleks did all their special stuff.
Oh, it's special, all right. Drudger, are you tapping into my suit camera?
Tapping in now.
Do you see what I see?
The Dalek Emperor.
Then I'm not imagining it. Looks like our Daleks were giving it a right good old going over. They've got it on... Well, it looks like a huge operating table.
Agreed. This suggests they were attempting to access its cerebral functions.
And talking of suggestions, any idea what I should do? We can't take it with us and... Wait a minute.
What is troubling you, Albie Brook?
Morley, you said the enemy Daleks left with a huge container.
Aye, they did.
Big enough to carry this thing?
Definitely aye. But the same size, I'd say.
Then why the hell didn't they take it with them?
Dunno. Does it matter?
Attention, Albie Brook.
What's the matter?
I am detecting a squadron of enemy Dalek Transsolar discs approaching at high speed.
What? Oh, shit! What am I supposed to do now? Morley, you remember those spacesuits we passed down the corridor on the way here?
In the big locker, aye.
Yeah, go and get one and get in it now!
You're not angry with us, are you?
No, I'm just frightened because...
The bad Daleks are coming back to get us.
Yeah, but I think they're coming back to get this.
The Emperor-y thing?
Yeah, look, just go and get in that suit. I've got to think of a way to blow this thing up.
Why bother? We should just
Shut
get
up,
out...
Morley, just go!
Blimey. Keep your hair on, man.
Right, now, Drudger, tell me, what do you make of these controls? Well...
I am processing visual information.
Can you hurry up?
The controls relate to holographic projection.
What?
Please touch the Emperor's casing.
But... Okay. Oh my God. It's a bloody hologram. It's not a real thing. The enemy Daleks must have taken a real thing. But why?
Since the control configuration matches known Alliance Dalek technology, I would suggest that this is a holographic chamber designed for the testing of experimental procedures.
Then why are the enemy Daleks coming back?
Perhaps they are coming for you.
Why does this smell like a trap all of a sudden?
Have I got this thing on right? Feels funny.
Morley, you've got the boots on the wrong feet. Come here.
Transsolar Disk Squadron now moving to final approach on Alliance Hospital Space Station. Squadron will disperse into search pattern Serenad 5. Calibrate Ranger scopes to detect 2 humanoids. Attack Unit 7 now in position. I'm detecting 2 humanoid figures moving on foot across station's lower power support structures. All units will close on those coordinates immediately.
Come on, Morley. Keep up.
It feels all funny. Like me stomach's all floaty. Oh, I think I'm gonna puke, man. It's that bar of stuff you gave us.
No, it isn't. It's zero grav. Have you been in zero grav before?
Nah, you soft get. Do you think I'm an astronaut or something? I spent all my life on the station. Or at least I can't remember anything else.
Oh no! They found us! Quick!
Attention, escaping humans. You are our prisoners. Do not move.
Drudger, can you track our position? Bring the ship to us!
I'm already heading towards you.
Oh, fantastic! Well done!
He's a clever beggar, your Drudger, isn't he?
But I regret to report that rescue is not possible.
What? Why not?
Daleks have taken over control of this ship. Approaching your position now.
Oh, shit!
Surrender! Surrender! Surrender!
And then they made you bring them here? Albie? What's the matter?
They did bad stuff to him.
Bad? Albie, what did they do?
Attach brain analysis disc to his head.
Get off me!
Restrain him. Activating disc. Disc attaching to subject's head now. Do not struggle. If you struggle, the disc will administer pain.
Bastards!
Leave him alone!
Exterminate her or obey.
No!
Wait, we will keep her alive. Understood? She may be of use. We will begin. Where is Susan Mendez? Answer!
I don't know.
The analysis disc monitors your brain waves. If you fail to answer or do not tell the truth, you will experience pain. Where is Susan Mendez? We know that your associate Mirana will have accessed her cryopods.
What?
We know that you are to rendezvous with Mirana's ship.
If you know, then why are you asking?
These statements create mental images in your mind. The analysis disc is downloading them to the disc operator. Report analysis of download. Rendezvous coordinates are pre-programmed into the ship's nav computer. Hovering robot drone is able to initiate main drive and course settings. Order the hovering robot drone to initiate main drive and set coordinates for the rendezvous.
No way! Oh, God!
Brain analysis suggests further motivation is required. Understood. If you do not give the order to your hovering robot drone, we will exterminate this humanoid female.
No!
Restrain her.
Let go!
Give the order to the hovering drone.
Sorry, Molly, but I can't do it.
Albie, please!
Report analysis of download. Hovering robot drones control systems can be overridden by Dalek technology. Proceed. I obey.
You mean you're not gonna kill us?
I didn't make that threat.
The statement provoked additional mental stress. You envisaged that which you did not wish to reveal. Remove the analysis disc. I obey.
Satisfied.
We also now know how important this secret is to you.
What do you mean?
You were prepared to sacrifice a friend to keep us from finding the Mendez woman.
Molly isn't my friend. I only just met her.
The disc detected your concern for her. This weakness in your character may be of further use to us.
Did you get that stuff about Mirana and the rendezvous out of my brain? Or did you already know that?
Silence!
What is going on here, eh? Why did you take your Emperor and then come back for me? Did you know I'd be coming here?
Secure the humans!
You deliberately sent that distress call, didn't you? Why? Why did you want to trap me? And how did you know I'd be out here anyway?
So what are you saying, Albie?
I'm not sure.
How could those Daleks have been expecting you?
Have you got any food? I'm hungry again.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks, man. I don't hold it against you, you know.
What?
Saying the Daleks could kill us.
Oh, Molly, look, I'm sorry.
Nah, I understand. You cannot go giving the bad uns top secret information, can you? We'd be right buggered if they knew what we were planning, wouldn't we?
You're right, Molly. The trouble is,
The Daleks seem to have a habit of always knowing more than they should.
Aye, that's what they told you on the machine at the hospital.
Machine? What machine, Morley?
The Goodens machine. Talks in your head, you know. The Bardens commuted the greatest crimes known to their thing.
Universe.
Aye, that's it. You hear it too.
Sounds like some sort of Alliance Dalek conditioning.
Conditioning?
Captain? Excuse me, Mom.
What is it, Marber?
I don't know if you have any idea where they're taking us, but some of the crew...
Why?
Well, some of the crew and I have been taking a look out of the viewport at some of the star formations.
And?
I think... well, we think we're heading for Earth's solar system.
Top marks.
You knew?
Wasn't it obvious that's where they'd be taking us?
But what would be the point? I mean, our fleet's about to destroy all their forces in Earth's solar system.
You really believe all the propaganda, don't you?
Propaganda? Look, if what our security guards have been telling me about her is even half true...
And what have they been telling you about her?
That the enemy Daleks need your mind to reactivate their Emperor.
What about it?
Then it's true. Well, isn't it obvious? We can't let them take her back to Earth. If the Daleks were to create a new Emperor...
So what do you propose we do?
Look, we've got your gun, and we outnumber the enemy Daleks on this ship by about 3 to 1.
And that means the odds are still in their favor.
So what are we going to do, eh? Just sit here and let the enemy win?
Kollendorf has a plan.
What sort of plan?
Look, we'll never get through the Alliance lines into the solar system.
And if that's true, the situation is even more urgent. These Daleks here will probably hold us hostage, try to force the Alliance to let us through. The Mentor will never accede to their demands, so...
So?
They end up killing us one by one.
If the Mentor doesn't order our destruction first, just to simplify the issue.
Your mentor wanted me dead anyway.
What do you mean? What? Then, Captain, why did we rescue her if the Mentor... What's going on here?
Do we have ourselves a real Boy Scout?
Oh yeah, I believe we do.
You people are working against the Alliance Daleks, aren't you? Against the Mentor.
Your mentor ordered my destruction. I was supposed to be fired into a collapsing star and forgotten about.
Well, maybe if your mind is controlled by the enemy Dalek Emperor, that's the best place for you.
You! Just watch what you're saying.
Albie, it's all right. Look, I'm not controlled by the Emperor. He's just used my mind as somewhere to store his consciousness for reasons best known to himself.
And you expect me to believe that?
I expect you to obey orders, Mr. Marber.
Obey the orders of a traitor?
Traitor? Who have we betrayed? The human race? The Earth Alliance? Or were you just thinking of the Mentor?
Well, what's the difference? We're all on the same side.
The difference, my friend, is that in her own sweet, beautiful way, your precious Mentor is every bit as bad as the old Daleks we know and hate so well. Haven't you ever heard of the punished planets? Yeah, I see you have. But like so many of us, you decided not to listen to the rumors, or just not think.
Look, the Mentor
And what
is...
did you think? Oh, there has to be an explanation for it. The Mentor and her Daleks are here to save us. She wouldn't order the destruction of planets just because they wouldn't or couldn't help with the war effort. Or couldn't help to the degree that she felt appropriate.
The Mentor is the only reason we're defeating the enemy Daleks. Without her forces, we'd have been overrun years ago.
Maybe, but what do you think's going to happen when we've won? Do you think the Mentor and her Daleks are just going to say, oh, glad we could be of service, and shoot back off to their own universe?
Well,
I don't know.
Have you got any more food?
Here.
Oh, magic. Albie, what do you think they'll do?
They'll take over. They may give us the illusion of freedom, of choice, of happiness. But if any system of planets, any planet, any one person steps out of line...
They'll exterminate them.
For their own good, you understand. Peace and order. But on the Mentor's terms, nobody else's.
Look, even if you are right, isn't that better than being conquered and enslaved by the enemy Daleks?
Yes, but that's just the lesser of two evils. I'd prefer a third option.
So, what is Kollendorf planning? Well,
You might as well tell me. You don't know, do you?
We trust him.
You trust him? Is that all?
With a man like Karlendorf, that means everything. He's a knight of Valicia. I don't think he'll rest until he's sure that every last Dalek of whatever faction has been driven out of this galaxy.
Have you any idea why Karlendorf didn't trust his friends?
I'm not sure it was a case of him not trusting them. He just felt in his heart that Daleks could never be trusted, no matter which dimension they came from.
You mean the more people who knew about his secret plan, the more likely it was that the Daleks might find out?
Which Daleks are you talking about?
Maintain course and speed. Give me a scope reading.
Second wave of enemy Dalek ships still well beyond strike distance.
Good.
Our fleet is now entering Earth's solar system.
Start scanning for likely landing spots on some of the moons of Jupiter.
I obey.
I don't like the look of our power reserves. If we can land and recharge a significant number of ships, we'll be in better shape to tackle their second wave. If it gets here before our reinforcements.
Understood, Karlendorf. Scans are yielding unexpected results.
Unexpected? What do you mean exactly?
Relaying scan results to main viewplate.
Reporting for duty, sir.
Herrick! Are you sure you're fitted?
Sir, look! On the screen, what the hell's that?
The planet Jupiter.
What? Jupiter? But...
I thought Earth was the only inhabitable planet in this system.
It is. I mean, was.
What exactly is the scan reading?
Nitrogen, oxygen, atmosphere, breathable for human beings. 17 large continental land masses, large H2O oceans. Conditions are suitable for human habitation.
But why? How?
There's something in orbit. Several somethings by the look of it.
Terraforming generators. Energy signatures are those of enemy Dalek technology.
You're saying that the enemy Daleks have deliberately turned the biggest gas giant of the solar system into an inhabitable planet?
It would seem so.
But it doesn't make sense.
No. No, it doesn't. But what the hell are they playing at?
Report! The scout ship is now within scanning range of Earth's solar system. We must now deal with our human hostages. Understood. Tremankin gas tanks have been fitted to loading bay air supply vents as ordered. Proceed with Tremankin gas release. The humans may become hostile when they realize the Tremankin gas is being released. Susan Mendes is armed and may attack Dalek guards. Dalek guards in the loading bay will be ordered to withdraw. Understood? When the Tremankin gas has done its work, we will retrieve Susan Mendes for brain analysis. Understood? Dalek commander to Dalek guards in loading bay. Withdraw immediately.
Look!
Captain, the Daleks, they're leaving.
What?
Where the hell are they going?
Albie. I don't...
What?
I've got a feeling.
So have I. Hey, you two! Where the hell are you going?
They're up to something.
My thoughts exactly. Suze, give me that gun.
Here. Oh, great, man, you hit one!
Too right, you bastards! Everyone down!
I'll give you this damage. I cannot move. I will give covering fire. Negative, do not give covering fire. Susan Mendes must not be put at risk. I obey. Command network diagnostic data indicates one of the Dalek guards has sustained severe damage to motive power.
That Dalek! It's stuck in the doorway!
Albie, no, don't fire again!
What?
Leave it! They can't close the door, that Dalek's in the way!
Why isn't it firing back?
It's me! They don't want to risk harming me!
Aim for that other Dalek's gun!
Close loading bay doors immediately. The humans must not escape. The immobilized Dalek guard is obstructing the doorway. Close loading bay doors immediately and release Tremankin gas now. I obey.
Quick! They're closing the doors! Move it! Come on!
Come on! Zeus!
All right, let's go! Oh, blimey, look at that!
Casing being crushed by loading bay door. I cannot move. Assist me.
What's that? What do you mean?
Assist. Cannot assist. I have orders to withdraw and await reinforcements.
Oh, that's magic, that is! Crushing the bastard!
That Dalek casing's not going to take the weight of that door indefinitely, folks! Come on!
What the hell's happening?
It's gas! Coming from the air vents! Gas! Come on, everyone out! For God's sake! Now!
Cheeky beggars, we're going to gas us!
Are gassing us! Albie, come on!
The humans are escaping. Track them on internal scanners. Tracking. 57 humans rendered unconscious by Tremankin gas. The remaining 16 are moving at speed along walkway adjoining loading bay. Dispatch a security squad to intercept them immediately.
What about the others we left behind? Are they dead?
The Daleks wouldn't have wanted to kill me. That gas must have just knocked them all out. Yeah, but there'll be others after us soon, won't there?
Marana, where are we heading?
We have to get to the armory. We're not going to get back control of my ship with just one gun.
Well, we should take the lift.
Level 9.
I know. It's not working.
They'll have shut down the lifts.
Makes sense. The Daleks never miss a trick.
Oh, we're buggered then.
Let's hope not, Molly.
If they've accessed the security shutdown controls, it won't be long before they activate the emergency bulkhead doors and cut off our escape routes.
So what do we do?
Use the maintenance access ladders and get to the nearest escape pods.
There are 4 on the level below us. Should be enough to take us all. At a squeeze.
Well, let's go then.
This way. Should be a maintenance hatch along... Look out! More of the buggers!
Move it, everyone! I'll cover you!
No, Albie! Give me the gun! They won't shoot me!
Oliver, help me with this hatch!
I'll help! Got big muscles, mate! Want a feel?
Got it!
It's all crusted up! You want to look after these hatches, man?
Keep pulling!
Dalek security squad opening fire. 11 humans exterminated. Cease firing! Cease firing! Susan Mendes must not be harmed!
Cease fire, all of you! You daren't kill me! You daren't! Now quickly, all of you!
Humans are escaping through maintenance hatchway. Schematic suggests they are heading for escape capsules on the level below.
Just go, Albie! Get out of here! Or if you stay, sooner or later they're going to kill you out.
They must not escape! They must not escape! Security squad will switch weaponry to paralysis mode!
Come on, Albie! Come on! Albie, go! Please!
I can't leave you, Suze! Not again! I can't!
You will surrender! Surrender!
Get back! Get back!
Suze!
2 humans have escaped down maintenance ladder! Security scan identifies them as Captain Marana and First Officer Marber. They have entered an escape pod. Escape pod engines now firing. Deadspots will fire paralysis beams at the 2 remaining humanoids with Susan Mendes immediately. We obey. Firing.
You've killed them! Keep back or I'll fire!
You are our prisoner!
Then I'll be your dead prisoner!
No, you must not kill yourself! You are essential to our plan!
You've just killed the one reason for me staying alive! I don't care anymore!
He is not dead!
What?
Albie Brook is not dead! We were ordered to fire paralysis beams only!
Albie?
He is unconscious, but he will recover! Tell her, if you do not surrender, we will exterminate Albie Brook! If you do not surrender, we will exterminate Albie Brook! Silence!
Oh, you'll exterminate me? I don't think so.
Drop the weapon or the man you love will die!
Another risk, Karlendorf?
I don't think it's a dangerous risk. We'll leave half the fleet orbiting in defensive formation. The rest will land and refuel. Our scientists have located more than enough chemical and mineral deposits on Jupiter for our purposes.
Fortuitous.
Indeed. If all goes well, we'll leave Jupiter with more energy at our disposal than we had when we first engaged the enemy outside the solar system. We'll also be able to give our non-Dalek soldiers some time to stretch their legs, or whatever else it is they need to stretch. They've been cooped up in those troop carriers for several months. The Oriolisians in particular have been complaining rather a lot.
And you are certain that Jupiter is completely uninhabited?
I'm sure you've accessed the scans yourself, Mentor. No intelligent life whatsoever.
Have you formed any opinion as to why the Dalek Supreme might have laid this golden egg for us?
I think the enemy Daleks were intending to make it a military base, but had to retreat when we defeated their first fleet.
That is an optimistic assumption.
I don't see any other reasonable interpretation.
That this newly terraformed planet Jupiter is a trap, Karlendorf.
In what way? You've seen the scans? Lush vegetation, a breathable atmosphere, rich in minerals and...
Ideal for human habitation. The Daleks have no such requirements.
You would rather we stayed here and met their second wave with our energy depleted and our crews exhausted?
When you land on this planet, Karlendorf, be on your guard. You and I know how cunning the Dalek Supreme can be. Do not forget that caution I have admired in you so much.
I won't, Mentor. I won't.
Before you proceed, I feel I must inform you that Scout Ship Defiant has been detected at long range, approaching this solar system.
Then I'll contact Mirana and ask her why...
My monitors have already attempted contact. The Defiant seems to have suffered a communications breakdown.
Then I'll take a ship and intercept...
I have already dispatched a gunship to offer assistance. Is something troubling you, Karlendorf?
Engage restraints! I obey!
What are you gonna do to us?
Activate brain analysis disc! I obey!
What is that?
It's that thing they used on me.
Silence! Brain analysis disc will attach to the Mendez woman's head. I obey! Silence!
Leave her alone!
Albie! Stop hitting him, man!
Silence! Silence, all of you! Susan Mendez, the brain analysis disc will scan your mind for traces of the Emperor's consciousness. if you resist us, your friends will die in agony. The girl first, then the man you love. We will begin.
Suze, I'm sorry.
Where is the Emperor? Where is the Emperor? Do not resist. Surrender your mind to us. Where is the Emperor?
I can't.
Maximum scan power now. We are entering your mind. You cannot resist us. We are entering your mind.
I cannot resist. You're entering my mind. Who are you?
Susan Mendez.
It's you. It's you. No. No, I don't want to think this. No!
I am part of you. You are part of me. You will obey. You will obey. You will obey.
No! Please! No!
We are one. We are the same. We are the Emperor of the Daleks.
Leave her alone! Stop this! I'll kill you! I'll bloody kill you! The bastards!
Silence!
Albie, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Scan complete. Report analysis. Total success.
Success? What do you mean?
Silence.
What do you mean, success? Have you killed her? Suze!
Albie, don't! They'll hurt you!
Suze!
Susan Mendez. Susan Mendez, speak.
I am the Emperor of the Daleks.
No!
Coming soon in Dalek War.
Soon, Karlandor's forces will be powerless to resist us. He will have no choice but to cooperate. for the final attack? No, we will await the coded signal from our advance party. Understood. When it is confirmed that Susan Mendes has been captured, we will advance.
Peoples of the planet Emerron, this is your last chance to join our crusade against the evils in this galaxy. We have come to save you from destruction and enslavement, but you must learn to fight for yourselves. We must all unite against a common enemy. Your leaders tell me that the petty affairs of your planet are more important than our great cause. They would rather wage war with other continents than face up to their wider responsibilities. It would seem they have made their choice for you all. I give you one last chance to overthrow your leaders, or to make them see sense. If you do not respond, your fate is sealed.
Readings show intercontinental ballistic missiles firing and impacting. The planet Emerron is at war.
They are not listening. We must make them listen. Release the plague.
I obey.
Mirana, I didn't expect...
Have you heard the news about Emerron?
Yes. A pity, really. But the Mentor really didn't have a choice.
Didn't have a choice?
Yes, I'm sure that's what you say now. If she were here, listening, or watching.
Yes. Yes, of course, of course.
Is there anything else I can help you with?
Yeah. There's been a report that an unidentified transmission was detected coming from the ship.
Unidentified?
Only a fragment of it was picked up. There's some suggestion that it might have been on a wavelength used by the enemy Dalek command network.
Some suggestion?
There's really not enough data for us to be sure.
So, to all intents and purposes, it really was an unidentified transmission?
If it happens again, we'll be ready for it this time. Do you think it's likely to happen again?
No. No, I don't think it's likely.
I wonder what it could have been.
I wonder.
Herrick to Courageous.
This is Courageous. Go ahead, Herrick.
Commander Karlendorf, we have touched down on the surface of Jupiter. All surface scans checked out on the way in. 5th Airborne Brigade now setting up camp.
We've processed all your surface scan data. I'm giving the order for all units to land at their designated sites. You have the coordinates of those mineral deposits?
That's confirmed, sir.
Then get your science and engineering teams to work, Herrick. The sooner you begin extraction and processing, the sooner the fleet can be in a fit shape to tackle the enemy Dalek's second wave.
Any news on their position, sir?
Still no change since they stopped just off Venus' solar orbit.
I'd like to know what they think they're up to, sir.
So would I, Mr. Herrick, so would I. You'd better get to work. Time is of the essence.
Will do, sir. Out.
Do we have an update on that gunship approaching the Defiant?
Gunship B-68 still unable to establish contact with Defiant. It will be several hours before they are in visual range.
Is the gunship moving at maximum speed?
Gunship B-68 is traveling at optimum cruising speed.
Order it to increase speed to maximum. If Mirana and her crew are in trouble, then we need to know as soon as possible.
And now you are concerned about Mirana Karlendorf. Why now, when you have so blatantly neglected to investigate the matter for so very long? Monitors.
What are your orders, Mentor?
All information from gunship B-68 is to come to me before it is released to Karlendorf.
That is understood, Mentor.
Also, I want you to access all Karlendorf's personal records together with all logged and unlogged flight plans and surveillance data relating to his movements.
What are we looking for?
I don't know, but I sense that Karlendorf is not being entirely honest with me. It would appear that he has his own agenda. We must discover what that agenda is and take him to task over it. Proceed!
I obey.
These are the purest deposits of Cytesium I've ever encountered. It means we can process the ore for the fleet's energy storage batteries even faster than we'd anticipated. We'll have doubled our quota by morning. It's quite remarkable. I've never seen anything like it.
Well, I suppose it's about time we had some good luck. All right, keep me informed.
Yes. Yes, of course, Mr. Herrick.
Perimeter Sector Guard 907. I'm showing a red light on your perimeter sensor. Report, please. 907, are you reading me? 907? Sergeant Allenby. Sergeant!
Sir? Sorry, sir. I was just on the comlink to Beta Section Patrol.
Beta Section? What do they want from us? They're several hundred kilometers to the east on the coastline, aren't they?
Yes, sir. Seems they have a bit of a medical emergency, as far as I could gather, sir.
Well, why didn't they call for their own med team?
Said they couldn't make contact with their base camp, sir.
Couldn't? What was the medical emergency?
Well, that's just it, sir. They didn't say. Their comms just cut off. I was trying to raise them again when you called me. Why did you call me, sir?
Oh, I was just wondering if there's a connection. Can't be.
Connection with what, sir?
Sergeant, how are your night flying skills?
That's what the 5th Airborne are all about, sir.
I want you to get your section airborne in surface skimmers. I had a red light on 907's perimeter sensor just now, but I couldn't raise them. No comm signal at all. It's like they're not there.
What do you think it is, sir?
It could be nothing, Sergeant. Or a whole lot of trouble. Split your force, Allenby. One skimmer to 907's last reported position. The rest can head out to Beta Section. I'll get our comms people to check in with all brigade headquarters. You better get moving. And stay in touch.
Sir!
This is Executive Officer Herrick. Get me Commander Karlendorf on the Courageous.
907, are you there? Perimeter Guard Unit 907, show yourselves! Perimeter Guard Unit 907, are you there? Any trace on the motion scanners?
Nothing, Sarge. Just a few plants swaying around a bit.
Hit the search beams. Are you sure this is the right position?
Positive, Sarge.
What was that?
What, Sarge?
I thought I saw someone moving behind those, cactus things.
Oh, I think it was just the plants moving in the breeze.
Yeah. Oh, I suppose we'd better take a look on foot. Take us down nice and slow, Trooper. First sign of trouble.
Don't you worry, Sarge. They don't call me the grasshopper for nothing.
Sparks?
Sarge?
Signal Brigade HQ. Tell them we're landing at 907's last reported position.
Sarge.
Anything from our people heading for Beta Section?
They just called in to let us know they'd made contact.
Oh, good. Everything seem okay?
As far as I could tell.
Good. Right. That's what I like to hear.
Touching down now, Sarge.
Right, grab 5 guys and follow me, Trooper.
Yes, Sarge.
What do you mean, lost contact?
Just that, sir. Over 10 different sections are now not responding.
Have you sent out skimmer patrols to investigate?
I have 2 skimmers at 907's last reported position. They checked in just now. Found nothing yet, and the rest of Allenby's unit headed out to Beta Section.
And?
We've lost contact with them.
And you don't want to lose contact with any more skimmer units, I see.
Sir, either there's something pretty worrying going on, or it's just a change in atmospheric conditions causing transmission jamming. There's quite a wind hitting up now. Could be an electrical storm brewing higher up, maybe.
Okay, people. Let's use the light from the skimmer search beams. Fan out ahead.
What are we looking for, Sarge?
Anything at all, Trooper. Anything out of the ordinary.
Hostiles, maybe.
Now, Trooper, they've told us there's nothing on this planet but plants, insects and rodents. But if you see a hostile-looking bug, you have my express permission to blow its ugly nuts off. All right, let's go!
Can your people run an atmosphere check?
We'll do it right away. And I'll have our comms people attempt transorbital contact with the affected sections. Maybe all that's needed is a stronger signal.
Thank you, sir. I didn't want to cause a panic, but...
No, Herrick. You did the right thing. Patch me through to Allenby's lot at 907's position, will you?
You all right, Trooper?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm fine, Sarge. Just caught myself one of those bleeding cactus things. Ow. It's not very nice, but I'll live.
All right. Right, everybody listen up. 5 more minutes and we head back to the skimmer. Trooper? What's the matter? What are you doing?
Yes, Commander. No signs of trouble at all.
Apart from the fact that you can't find Guard Unit 907.
What the hell?
Sparks? What is it? Sounds like...
Gunfire, Commander, and lots of it.
What kind of gunfire?
Well, our kind, sir.
Sparks! Sparks!
Hold on, Commander. Skimmer to Sergeant Allenby. Sarge? What's going on? Sarge? Oh, my God!
What is it? What's happening? Spark! Come in. Check the signal. Now, do it.
I obey. Signal has been cut off at source.
Gunfire? What the hell's going on? Get me Herrick again.
Signal carrier wave not established. Our signal is not being received.
Herrick. Not you too. Signal to all ground forces on Jupiter you can raise. Evacuate! Evacuate now! Code the message with my ident and send it now. Do it!
I obey.
It would seem the Mentor was right. I don't know what the hell's happened, but we walked right into a trap.
Report for the Dalek Supreme. Enter. Speak. The Vagabonds on Jupiter have begun their work. Excellent. Soon, Karlandor's forces will be powerless to resist us. He will have no choice but to cooperate. Shall we move in for the final attack? No, we will await the coded signal from our advance party. Understood. When it is confirmed that Susan Mendes has been captured, we will advance.
Albie? Albie!
Yeah. What is it, Molly?
Are you gonna be okay, man? You're not gonna die, like the others did.
Others? What others?
In the hospital. When the bad Daleks came, they killed everyone, all me mates.
No, it's all right, Molly. Don't panic. I may feel dead. I thought I was for a moment back there. But apparently I'm not. Are you okay?
Yeah. I think she's awake now. She just opened her eyes just then. Look there!
Suze? Suze? Speak to me.
Hello, Albie.
It is you, isn't it? Suze?
What do you mean?
It's just that back on the bridge, well, you said you were the Dalek Emperor.
Yes, I was. Well, I am in a way. It's all in my mind, stored away. The Daleks woke him up for a moment. I suppose they wanted to make sure that he was still in there, checking up on him, worrying that they'd made a wasted journey. But they haven't, have they?
Suze?
Hmm?
Will you hold me?
What do you think? That we're kissing each other goodbye?
I hoped it to be something a little more lasting than that.
Yeah. We haven't, well, we haven't had much luck, have we? There's always been something in the way, hasn't there?
Several light years of space, you mean? And now, the Emperor of the Daleks. Do you think he's sitting in your mind, laughing at us? Do Daleks laugh?
They ought to. Isn't that what mad people are supposed to do? Mad, twisted, psychotic murderers.
Why do you think he did this to you, the Emperor?
I don't know. Do you?
Well, I have a nasty theory about that. I've suspected it ever since we found out about it.
Suspected what?
That the Dalek Emperor knew that of all the people they put into hibernation, you'd be the one most likely to be rescued.
Why?
Because of Karlandorf. Because you were the legendary Angel of Mercy.
And because of us? Because we love each other?
Yeah. Because of that.
But what good will that love do us now? What good has it done? It's just given the Daleks what they want.
I tell you what you two need.
What's that?
A bit of food inside yous. If you're anything like me, you must be bleeding starving.
Still can't see a damn thing out there.
If we keep on this course, we should find Albie's ship. We can get on board and...
And what? Catch up with the Defiant and save the day? I think you've lost your grip on reality.
Calm down, Marber.
What? And conserve air? Well, what's the point? We're just about out of fuel and we're in the middle of nowhere.
The scanners in this pod have a very limited range. We could find Albie's ship at any moment.
If we set off in the right direction in the first place. That's it. Engines out. Nothing on the scanner.
What do you want me to say? That we're finished?
I don't need you to say it. But I know what I do want you to tell me.
What?
Karlendorf's plan. All right. Maybe you don't know what he's up to for sure. Maybe it was safer that way. But you must have some idea. Well, haven't you? That's the final oxygen warning light. Come on. It's nearly all over, Captain. Don't let me die of curiosity as well as asphyxiation.
He really did never tell me.
And you are still prepared to risk your life for him?
For the freedom of the galaxy, yes. And anyway, I asked him not to tell me.
Why?
Because I had a feeling I wouldn't like the means.
The mean?
Well, think about it. You've got two factions of the most evil, destructive race the galaxy, probably the universe, has ever known. You've allied yourself with one faction to defeat the other. It looks like you might win. But then you find out the Daleks on your side are pretty much as bad as the bad Daleks. So what do you do?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking, isn't it?
I think you have to do something pretty bad. Take some enormous risks. Probably involving the potential loss of billions of lives. That's what happened last time when Susan Karlendorf started that rebellion. The slaughter was virtually incalculable.
So?
So... I chickened out. Fell into line behind a great man. Left the moral difficulties to him.
You've never struck me as a coward, Marana.
Thanks.
I wasn't being kind. I mean that you must have formed some idea of what Karlendorf intended, for you to have been that scared of it.
No clear idea, no.
But you did have an idea, didn't you? Marana, for God's sake, tell me the idea. Tell me.
There was a transmission.
Transmission?
Oh, it doesn't matter. The thing is, I thought to myself, what's the thing I feared most?
Yes? And? What was that?
That he'd switch sides?
Do you want some more?
Yes, thanks.
You know, are you okay?
Yes, fine.
You must have formed an opinion of the man.
Why do you ask?
All this. It must have been a kind of intimate experience for you.
Yes.
You want me to sum Karlendorf up in one word?
No, you can have more than that. Is he really the monster who brought about the great catastrophe? The Dark One? The bringer of death we were all told about at school?
There is one word that comes close to summing him up.
There is?
Yes. Warrior. And a warrior must be prepared to risk everything in order to win his war.
Holographic transmission commencing.
I summoned you over 2 hours ago, Karlendorf.
My apologies, Mentor, but there's something of an
There is
emergency in
something of a disaster in progress, Karlendorf. My monitors keep me fully informed at all times. Do not insult my intelligence.
I assure you that no insult was intended.
I am not so sure.
As I'm sure you're aware, we have lost contact with all ground forces on Jupiter. I've spent the last 2 hours doing all I
You
can.
have spent the last 2 hours attempting to make amends for your catastrophic error of judgment, and you have failed, Karlendorf.
I've sent 2 craft into lower Jupiter orbit. They've been fitted with transmission boosters because we have reason to believe that some atmospheric disturbance may be responsible.
I am aware of your inadequate efforts, and there is no atmospheric disturbance.
But there
are other developments of which you are not aware. Observe.
Those are ships taking off from Jupiter. Then our signals must have got through. Thank God. That's a
Silence! I have made a full analysis of the data obtained from your surface scans. Observe. Tell me what you see, Karlendorf.
It's just an aerial view of some forest land.
There are now areas of vegetation such as this all over the surface of Jupiter. Observe. These forests contain many varieties of plant life. Do you recognize this particular plant?
I don't know. Some sort of cactus, maybe?
Access to our full database has identified it as a Varga plant.
Varga?
A species of hostile plant life originally native to Skaro, the enemy Daleks' planet of origin.
How is this plant hostile?
Because it is a hybrid creature, part animal, part plant. All indications are that it was engineered into existence by the Daleks as a form of defense. The poison from its spines attacks the brain of its victim. Rational thought is replaced by an overwhelming desire to kill. Eventually, the poison seeps through the system and the victim is gradually transformed into a Varga.
You're saying that's what happened to our people on Jupiter?
By now, they will be in the grip of the psychotic phase.
Then how come ships are now leaving the surface? Or perhaps it's our people escaping?
Observe. This is the Varga plant image as stored in our database. This is the Varga found on Jupiter.
It looks the same.
Almost. Molecular examination made possible by more thorough analysis of data collected by your surface scans shows an adaptation of the spines and the poison contained within them. Our analysis of this augmented poison reveals that it contains an additional agent which induces a pack mentality. Those people affected by it will not just have become mindless psychotic killers, They will have joined forces to become a mass, psychotic army intent on the destruction of all others.
And they're heading this way.
Speak!
Transmission booster ships in lower Jupiter orbit are being fired upon and destroyed by those ships rising from the planet's surface.
The ships rising from Jupiter must be destroyed the moment they are in range.
We must...
You are relieved of your command, Karlendorf. My Daleks will take control of the situation.
You will come with us, or you will be neutralized.
Mentor, you're making a big mistake.
It is you who have made the mistake, Karlendorf, in betraying me. We are here to help your people, to restore peace and order in this galaxy. But I now know that you are working against me. Until now, I have trusted you, even encouraged your individualistic traits. But detailed analysis of your actions over the last few years reveals mysterious periods of absence, secret assignations with Captain Mirana and Albie Brooke. I believe that you are responsible for the destruction of cargo freighter Omega N7. I believe that you knew of the cargo it contained. I believe that you have attempted to save the life of the dangerous enemy Dalek agent Susan Mendez. I see that you do not deny any of it. I do not know what your plan is. That is irrelevant to me at this precise moment. But rest assured that it is over.
What are you going to do with me?
You are to be brought to me here, on the planet Lopra Minor, where you will undergo full interrogation and brain correction.
Brain correction? Ah, yes. The techniques you've been developing in your secret station in the Pekawick system.
A station that we now know has been attacked and destroyed by an enemy Dalek raiding party operating deep in our territory. You supplied the enemy with information on the Pekawick station. Just what is the depth of your treachery, Karlendorf?
Well, I look forward to our little chat on Lopra.
Bring him to me on Lopra Minor, now! Take him to the transport ship.
We obey. You will move.
Not so very different from your cousins from this universe, are you?
You will not speak.
Sounds like the trouble is really starting.
Battle stations. This fleet is under attack from ships crewed by Varga-infected humanoids. Battle stations.
You will move faster.
That was a direct hit.
Move faster.
Varga-infected humanoids are now boarding this ship. Emergency.
See what happens when I'm not in command. Look out, chaps!
Under attack! Karlendorf is escaping. Alert! Karlendorf is escaping. Alert!
Monitors, report to me. What is happening?
Craft piloted by Varga-infected humanoids are inflicting severe damage upon our fleet orbiting Jupiter.
Where is Karlendorf?
Reports from the flagship Courageous are confused. Varga-infected humanoids have breached the airlock and are attacking our Daleks. I am receiving no monitor signal from the Daleks escorting Karlendorf to the transport ship.
Your sensory array is indicating that the transport ship is now leaving the Courageous.
No Daleks are detected aboard.
Karlendorf is escaping. Track the course of the transport ship. He must not get away.
Don't worry, Suze. I'm on my way.
This is Alliance gunship B-68 calling Mentor. Scoutship Defiant is now in visual range but is still not responding to our transmissions.
Is there any sign of structural damage? Perhaps the Defiant has been under attack and is unable to respond.
Preliminary visual scans give no such indication.
Then approach with caution. This is Monitor Control. We are tracking the trajectory of Karlendorf's escape. Proceed. Projections of his course indicate he is heading for the Defiant. He is traveling at maximum hypervelocity and will arrive within the hour. Gunship B-68. Be advised that Karlendorf has betrayed the Alliance and has escaped in a stolen space transport.
Understood. Is he to be captured or neutralized?
Neutralization is a final resort. Instruct him to surrender, but do not hesitate to destroy his ship if he does not obey.
Understood.
Continue with your approach to Scoutship Defiant.
The Alliance gunship is still approaching us and attempting contact. Continue to ignore their comms signals. I obey. Are they now within weapons range of this scout ship? Now in range. Activate main armament. Target and destroy them without delay. I obey. Gunship targeted. Alert! The Defiant's weaponry systems have targeted this vessel. Evasive maneuvers immediately. Activate defense. Gunship totally destroyed! Transmit coded signal to Dalek control on Earth. I obey! Report for the Dalek Supreme. Speak! We have received the coded signal from our advance party. Susan Mendes has been captured. Brain analysis report. Her mind contains the consciousness of our Emperor. Excellent! Where is Karlendorf? Intercepted Alliance Dalek signals indicate he is approaching the Defiant at speed and will arrive shortly. Order our second wave to advance! The main assault force will destroy all surviving Alliance ships in Jupiter orbit. Attack Squadron Dalazar will proceed with all speed to intercept Karlendorf and the Defiant.
I wonder what the hell they've got planned. Any ideas?
No. Marana seemed to think they'd never get through your Alliance Dalek forces to Earth. But they must have a plan. I know the Daleks.
How well?
Better than I'd like to. When I was working for them, in the last war, Karlendorf accused me of thinking like a Dalek. Why are you looking at me like that?
Oh, nothing.
You're thinking, she's got the Emperor's brain in her head. Can I trust her?
I was thinking maybe the Emperor knows what the plan is, and since his brain's in your head...
I don't think it works like that, LB. I think he's asleep.
Perhaps it's time you did what you threatened to do, like.
I thought you were asleep.
I never sleep, me. Just think, with me eyes closed.
What did you mean?
You said you should have killed yourself.
Morley.
Well, you did, didn't you?
Yeah, all right, Morley. Just close your eyes and do some more thinking.
No, Albie. She's right.
You said, if I was dead, the Dalek Emperor would be dead too and you'd win the war. That's what you said.
Yeah, and I said it wasn't that simple.
But it is, isn't it? We want to win, don't we?
Well, yeah, but...
We have to win. We have to defeat the bad Daleks. What else is there to do?
It's not as simple as that.
Morley, these good Daleks are just as bad in their own way. They've been killing people.
That's right. All sorts of bad stuff, like blowing up whole planets just because their government said they were too poor to help the war effort.
But Albie, the war's the only thing. The bad Daleks have commuted the, nastiest things in the whole uni thing. We have to be on the side of the good Daleks. That's the only way.
Look, Morley, just...
Nah, it's the only way. That's what they taught us at the hospital. We have to do what they tell we. We have to, man. And they can't have their emperor boss man back, can they? That would be the worst thing for all of us. The worst bloody thing of the lot.
Morley, you say that's what they taught you?
I don't think I should be listening to you. You've got the emperor thing in your head.
How did they teach you, Morley?
Not teaching, really. Not old-fashioned teaching with computers and stuff. They just made us sleep. And when we woke up, we knew. Some didn't get it. Some went funny and had to sleep for a long time. But the rest of us, we knew all right. And I know now. I've been listening, thinking and I know.
Know what, Morley?
Albie?
Yeah?
Will you help us?
Help you? Help you to do what?
I know you love her and all that, but we have to kill her.
Morley, just sit down and shut up. We've heard enough of this. I don't know what they did to you in that hospital, but whatever it was...
Are you gonna help us?
Morley, I'm warning you. Sit down! Ah!
Now, stand still, Suze. I have to kill you now. And I know that you know it's for the best. You said it yourself, didn't you?
Yes. Yes, I did.
No, Suze! Get away from her! We'll find a way out of this. We have to.
There's a good girl. There's a good girl.
Oh, God.
Exterminate! Exterminate! Why was she attempting to kill you? Answer!
Because she was brave.
Because she'd been brainwashed by the Alliance Daleks on that base in the Bacaric system.
You are required on the bridge. Both of you, move! Long-range scanners detect that our second wave is now destroying the Alliance fleet orbiting Jupiter. Alliance reinforcements are detected approaching this solar system. Attack Squadron Daleks are now on course for our coordinates. Tracking approach of Karlendorf's transport ship. Is Karlendorf alone? Running scan of his vessel. Scan complete. He is alone. Where is Susan Mendez? She is being brought to the bridge as ordered. What is the delay? The other female captive attempted to kill her. Why? It would appear that the other human female had been subjected to the Alliance robotization techniques we detected in operation in the Pacowic system. She has been exterminated.
What are you going to do to us now?
Put them in the restraint devices. We obey.
So, what happens now?
Karlendorf will be here soon.
Karlendorf? You mean the Alliance fleet?
The Alliance fleet is being destroyed.
How? I mean, I thought we had you outnumbered.
Karlendorf will explain all.
Carl? How can he explain that?
Karlendorf's ship is approaching.
Karlendorf to Defiant. Are you reading me?
Carl!
Silence! This is Scout Ship Defiant. You will begin docking procedures immediately.
Understood.
What the hell's going on?
Enter. Enter. You will proceed to the bridge.
Carl! It really is you!
Is the Alliance Second Fleet approaching?
You mean reinforcements?
They will be within scanning range in 70 rails.
So you lot had better get going before they burn your metal asses off.
Then we don't have long. You must evacuate the ship immediately.
Unacceptable. You will proceed immediately.
Proceed with what? Carl, what's going on? What's he talking about?
Suze, leave this to me. Talk to the Dalek Supreme or do what you like, but I'm going to do nothing unless you take your Daleks and leave this ship. We both know your attack squadron is well within transmat range by now, so go!
I will contact the Dalek Supreme for orders.
Do that, but do it fast for all our sakes.
Accessing command network.
Are you two all right?
Not really. Are you?
You have to trust me, Albie. Both of you do. Suze, it's good to see you. I'm sorry there isn't time for a better reunion just now.
It's good to see you, Carl.
Where's Marana?
The Dalek Supreme confirms your order.
Order?
We will now transmat to Attack Squadron Dalazar.
Then get on with it.
I don't believe it. They really did go because you told them to.
He's up to something. What are you up to, Karlendorf?
Getting you two out of these for a start.
Thanks. But you still haven't answered me.
Albie, I don't have time for this.
Very convenient.
Just listen. You heard that our second fleet is on its way, so we don't have much time.
But if your reinforcements are just...
What you don't know is that the enemy Daleks have just about finished exterminating our first fleet, and will be ready to take our second force by surprise.
How the hell did that happen? I thought you were supposed to be good at your job.
We walked into an enemy trap on Jupiter.
On Jupiter?
Please, both of you. Albie, on the approach to the ship, my scope showed 30-odd crew members trapped in the loading bay.
They were knocked out by nerve gas. We thought the Daleks would have killed them by now.
Is Marana with them?
No, we think she and her first officer got away in an escape pod.
I see. Albie, go and let those people out of the loading bay and arm them against attack.
Attack from where?
The airlock.
But if the Daleks can...
There isn't time for this, Albie. Go!
What are you going to do?
I have to talk to Suze.
What about?
About everything that's happened. Everything that's going to happen. You're the key to this whole situation, Suze.
Me? Well, how?
Yeah, I mean, what are you talking about? What's that?
That is a Dalek attack squadron closing in for the kill. Albie, you've got to get moving.
But I'll be all right. Do as he says.
All right. All right. I don't like it, but I'm going. I'm going.
I thought you were in a hurry?
It is good to see you again.
What are you up to, Carl?
Stopping the Daleks. All of them.
Should I trust you?
Yes, you should.
Then why don't I?
Sometimes it's difficult to trust. Hold my hand. Look into my mind and find out.
All right.
Look into my mind, Suze.
Oh my God. What have you done, Carl?
What is necessary, as I know you will do.
No, keep away from me. No, please. Carl! Why are you doing this to me? No!
Advanced Party Squadron Leader to Dalek Supreme. Report! We are now aboard Attack Squadron Dalazar's command ship. We are closing to within 10 hyperrails of Scout Ship Defiant. Excellent! Maintain that position. Our second wave of ships has totally destroyed Alliance forces around Jupiter and is now moving through your sector of space. The second Alliance fleet is now within range of our scanners. It is far superior in number and firepower to our fleet. If we engage it, we will be defeated. That will not be necessary.
All right, get the barricades up. I'll be to bridge. We're setting up defenses at the airlock as best we can. Bridge. Garlandorf. Suze. Guys, I've got to go to the bridge. Keep it together here. I'll be back. Garlandorf. What the hell are you up to? Bastard. Never trust a man of noble birth. They'll sell you all down the river just for the sake of honor.
Suze.
I couldn't. It was pure destruction.
Now do you understand?
Yes, I do.
Leave her alone. What are you doing to her? What's going on?
It's all right, Albie.
Is it? Here, take this gun.
Don't I get a weapon?
Not until you explain what you're up to. Why didn't you answer my call on the intercom?
What call?
What's been going on in here? You've been doing your telepathic stuff on her, haven't you, Garlandorf?
This is the Dalek Supreme.
What the hell?
Garlandorf, you will respond.
Stay where you are. Don't even think of touching those comms controls.
I know you can hear me. I'm sure your Daleks left enough surveillance devices on the ship to be able...
You mean they've been listening to us all?
Are you ready to relay the signal?
What signal?
Attack Squadron Dalazar is equipped with trans-hyper signal projectors. Your transmission will be relayed throughout the entire galaxy.
Suze, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Suze, don't move. Garlandorf, don't touch those controls. I mean it.
Put the gun down, Albie, and trust me.
Do as I say.
Albie, it's all right.
Is it? Then tell me what you're gonna do.
The Alliance fleet is maneuvering into attack formation. Prepare for transmission in 60 rails.
What are you supposed to transmit? I said don't touch those controls!
Albie, if you're going to kill me, you better do it now. But I warn you, the next person you'll have to kill will be Suze.
Suze, tell me what you're gonna do.
There isn't time.
I'll make time.
But...
Carl, it's important to me. Albie, I'm going to tell the galaxy that the Angel of Mercy has returned, and that the Daleks have made that possible.
Which Daleks? The enemy Daleks?
Yes.
But...
We have to join forces with our old enemies to defeat our new enemy.
You've got to be joking.
You know all about the punished planets, Albie.
Yeah, but... Look, I know we've found out that the Mentor and her lot are not all sugar and spice, but that's no reason to go running into the arms of the Daleks who nearly wiped us out the last time.
What about that station you found in the Picoic system?
You know about that? How?
And Morley? What about her? That's the way the Mentor wants us all to be one day. Simple, lovable, obedient, and murderous on cue. Is that what you want to be like?
Garlandorf, you told the enemy Daleks about the Picoic station, didn't you? That's why they were waiting there for me. That's how they knew how to find the Emperor's casing. My God, when did this start? How long have you been selling us out to the enemy Daleks?
Not quite as long as the Mentor has been plotting to turn us all into mindless cattle. Now, if you'll excuse me...
Don't! I'm warning you. I will fire.
Albie, I'm not going to bother to attempt justifying my actions.
Because you can't! How would that be possible? Oh, yeah, I know the Mentor's lot of bastards in their own way. I know that. I've always known that. I was with you on that. But how is joining forces with an even worse enemy gonna put that right?
The Dalek Supreme has given us certain assurances.
Which will go right down the pan the moment he gets what he wants.
Maybe.
Maybe? What's the matter with you? You know that.
Whether you agree with me or not is immaterial. If Suze doesn't make that broadcast soon, that Dalek attack squadron will blast us out of existence.
You bastard!
Killing me won't stop Suze making the broadcast, will it?
No. Put the gun down, Albie.
He's got you under his influence somehow. Hey, don't you see, Suze? He's gone bad! He's sold us out! What he's doing can't be right!
You must make the broadcast now! Soon the Alliance fleet will attack, and we will be defeated!
This is our chance to defeat them, Suze. Isn't that what you've always been fighting for? Suze!
Put the gun down, Albie. I can't let you kill Kalendorf. You have to trust us.
I trust you, Suze. But you don't know what you're saying. He's a traitor, and he's done something to your mind. You must trust me.
Karlendorf to Dalek Supreme. Commencing transmission now.
No!
Star Yacht Crusader Nav Computer Dispatch locked 70942. Crusader has now entered the Lisha system. No recognition comms received. Requests for planetary traffic control flight path guidance from planet Belisha unanswered. Solar sails retracting for final approach. Chemical engines activating for touchdown adjacent to ruins of the Lishan capital city.
Still no contact?
No reply to any of our signals, sir.
Right. We'll search on foot. Use your portable readers. Set them to detect humanoid life.
Squad! Humanoid life!
She's here somewhere, I know it.
Do we head for the buildings, sir?
That's all that's left of the Venetians. So that's where she's going to be.
Understood.
Let's move out. See what we can find before nightfall.
Sir.
Squad! Wide dispersal! Move out!
What? There's a simple latch!
Salaran Hardew,
By the guns.
you didn't respond to any of our signals. Are you Salaran Hardew?
I didn't hear your signals. Put the guns away. I've no time for boy soldiers.
There were no navigation buoys on our way in. Has there been trouble here?
Yes. Didn't you hear? A civilization died over 2,000 years ago. Who are you?
I'm Sai Tarkov, a special envoy from the Galactic Union. I'm looking for Salaran Hardew.
Are you intending to execute me?
Squad, stand down, please.
Squad, stand down!
Thank you, Tarkov. And what does the Galactic Union want with me all of a sudden?
Your help.
How long did it take you to get here in this thing?
We set out from the home territories about a year ago.
Under solar cell power?
That's right.
Not bad. Technology's been improving since I've been away. Took me 5 years to get here. I spent most of it asleep, of course.
Little by little, we're making improvements.
About 3,000 years ago, our ancestors would have made the same journey in a fraction of the time. Sobering thought, isn't it?
In here, please.
Thank you.
Please, sit down. Can I get you a drink? Some breakfast?
You seem an intelligent sort of fellow, Tarkov.
Thank you.
Yes, so I'm guessing you'll have a pretty good idea of just how suspicious I am of you and your bosses.
I do realize that...
That I feel bitter, betrayed, cast out, forgotten. Do you? My people and I have been groveling around in the stale shit of this planet for 10 years, Mr. Special Envoy. Have you any idea why?
I've read your work. You put forward a theory that the Great Catastrophe was some sort of war. And that before it came about, our galaxy was inhabited by a far superior civilization. The galaxy's population was 1 billion times larger than it is now.
Because your friends on the Galactic Union Council dismiss me as an obsessive. Not right in the head. That's the answer you're so politely trying to avoid, Tarkov. They said I was obsessed with the past when we should be concentrating on the future. So what's your opinion on all this?
I want to show you something. Please, if you'll just look at the screen. This is a transmission which was picked up by our tracking stations just under 2 years ago.
It's coded.
Yes.
You want me to crack a code?
No. No, we think we've cracked it.
You think?
Some of the data was too corrupted to make sense of, but we got most of it.
What did you get? Some sort of visual file, a fragment of an image.
What do you make of it?
It looks like metal, a detail of some machinery. Why have you brought it to me?
We analyzed the physical characteristics of this metal. Do you recognize it?
And that's why you came to me. You have done your homework, Tarkov.
I take it you agree. The physical characteristics of this unknown alloy correlate approximately to those of various artifact fragments you discovered before you came to work here on Velisha. Yes?
Agreed. Where did this transmission come from?
That's why I'm here.
Don't tell me. It came from outside our galaxy.
Yes.
How did you pick it up? I didn't think our tracking stations could track that far.
They can't. But this transmission came through a freak wormhole.
Oh, fate. Always keen to take us by surprise.
We estimate that it emanated from a source several thousand light years away.
So, at last, the Galactic Union are worried. Worried that what befell the galaxy centuries ago may happen again.
And frankly, no.
I don't understand it. But why are you here?
Well, I've made something of a nuisance of myself.
I beg your pardon?
They allowed me to come, but... well...
They think you're not right in the head too?
Let's just say that I need to make a pretty convincing case for them to take action.
And what sort of action would you like your precious Galactic Union to take?
I don't know. It depends on the nature of the threat, doesn't it? All I know is that the evidence that something terrible happened round about 2,500 years ago is conclusive. I've seen the debris and dust that were once star systems. I've visited planets where the atmospheres are still poisoned, that still bear the scars of some unimaginably violent upheaval. And I've read as much of your work as I could find.
Which probably isn't much.
It was enough. There's been a lot of rebuilding in the last 1,000 years. There may still be far too much poverty, fear, and distrust out there, but things are gradually improving. And like it or not, that's because of the work that the Galactic Union are doing. I'd hate all that work to be for nothing.
You're a crusader, Mr. Tarkov.
Aren't you? That's the name I gave my ship. Salaran. I need you to tell me everything you've discovered here. Salaran.
You think that I've been keeping it a secret all these years? It's just that nobody wanted to listen.
Then?
Then I'd like you to hand that corrupted transmission over to my people. See if they can get anything else out of it. They've become exceptionally good at that sort of thing.
Of course. But I doubt they'll have any luck.
And we'd better get back to the burial chamber.
Burial chamber?
Where you found me.
You sleep in a burial chamber?
I do.
Why?
The last resting place of the great and terrible Karlendorf.
Karlendorf? Who was that?
Have you ever been to Earth?
I can't say that I have. Where is it?
Or Guria?
No.
Celatron? Yoldus Major? No. No. Well, all of those planets. and there are others too, all of them have small pockets of ancient communities who have passed stories of the Great Catastrophe down from generation to generation.
Not very reliable sources, though.
Maybe not. Maybe not. Ever heard of the Dark One? The bringer of death, or harbinger of darkness?
Only stories I was told as a kid.
But those stories, or stories much like them, have been told all over the galaxy for centuries. Some of them differ from each other wildly, but when you put them all together, analyze the differences and the similarities, pick over the bones of the meagre historical evidence from the Great Catastrophe, they start to point towards one man. A native of this planet. A knight of Felicia. Karlendorf.
You're saying that this Karlendorf is the Dark One? The mythical figure who brought about the Great Catastrophe?
I'm saying it looked like he might have been, so I came here to find out.
And all you found was his tomb?
And the Knights of Felicia were a telepathic people. This place is alive with his thoughts. That's why I sleep here.
You can hear the thoughts of a dead man.
Only in dreams.
In dreams.
Well, there are no telepaths left in the known galaxy, but Felicians were able to communicate telepathically with ordinary folk like us.
Even when they've been dead for centuries.
Karlendorf left this for someone like me to find. Well, he probably hoped for someone better than me. But all these stone carvings, all these statues you see, are charged with what he called his thought memory.
So, that's what you've been doing here all these years. Sleeping. And then dreaming about the man who allegedly caused the Great Catastrophe.
It's a little more scientific than that.
I'm relieved to hear it.
I've devised a cerebral link-up with my ship's computer, downloading the mental impulses I pick up. I've got a couple of psychologists, a linguist, and one or two of the local witch doctors working on interpreting it all. Are you thinking of taking your boy soldiers and leaving me to wallow in my own insanity, Mr. Tarkov?
Tell me what you found out.
And you'll decide later whether or not I'm off my head.
Something like that.
Very well.
So?
Just take a look around.
At what? The statues?
If you like. What do you see?
Oh, Is this Karlendorf?
We think so. What do you think?
Well, that he doesn't look like a harbinger of death. He doesn't look evil, sort of noble.
Well, he was a knight.
What's this one?
You tell me.
Look, I'm really not in the mood for
Please.
a game.
It's important.
Well, it looks like some sort of machine. Maybe a weapon of some kind.
It's interesting that you picked that one out.
Is it?
Yes. Go ahead.
What?
You want to touch it, don't you?
Yes, I do. But how did you know?
Then go ahead.
All right.
Exterminate!
Cerebral activity returning to normal. Subject regaining consciousness.
It's all right. You're all right.
Am I?
Well, that's what my computer says.
This is your ship.
More of a glorified shelter now. You'd never get off the ground, that's for sure.
I touched that statue. And then the machine. The machine in the statue seemed to come alive. And I wasn't there. I wasn't...
You latched on to a little test Karlendorf left behind for posterity.
Karlendorf? What do you mean? What was that machine? It spoke. It fired a weapon at me. I thought I was dead.
What you saw was a Dalek, or at least a psychic impression of one.
A Dalek? What's a Dalek?
They were a military power from another galaxy. Back in Karlendorf's time, they invaded.
Invaded the entire galaxy?
Yes.
And that's what caused the Great Catastrophe?
Not exactly.
Then what?
Computer, commence playback. Look at the screen.
What am I looking at?
A sort of decoding of some of the earliest images I experienced in the burial chamber.
Those are spacecraft. Enormous spacecraft. Like nothing I've ever seen before. And planets. Huge populations. Cities. Cities full of people, creatures. But these are just dreams. You said it yourself.
Was what you experienced just a dream?
I don't know.
What you encountered was something that Karlendorf left for us to find out that we could access the thoughts he left behind. You said you wanted to know everything I discovered?
Yes.
It's hard to believe, I know. But this is what the galaxy was like back then. Something they called the Earth Alliance had established peace until the Daleks invaded. When they did, Karlendorf was caught in the middle of it. Somehow he became involved with an Earth woman called Suze. They were captured by the Daleks and, it seems, agreed to work for them.
I trust you, Suze, but you don't know what you're saying. He's a traitor, and he's done something to your mind. You must trust me.
Karlendorf to Dalek Supreme. Commencing transmission now.
No!
I'm sorry, Toby.
Suze.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, but I couldn't let you kill Karlendorf.
Begin transmission immediately!
What have I done?
Saved the galaxy.
I wonder.
Begin immediately!
We're transmitting. Suze.
This is the Angel of Mercy. I have returned to you. Returned to you. I have returned to you.
Did Karlendorf's plan work?
I think it was the beginning of what we call the Great Catastrophe. There was chaos. After Susan Mendes made her speech, calling for the Mentor to be defeated, the Alliance fleet erupted into a war between all the non-Dalek races and the Mentor's Daleks. The Dalek Supreme's forces moved in. Eventually, the Mentor's Daleks retreated. The Alliance joined forces with the Dalek Supreme. It was the beginning of a long, terrible war. The Mentor brought forward her plans for brain conversion of all other species. Karlendorf led the Alliance alongside the Dalek Supreme. The destruction was almost beyond comprehension.
When you experience Karlendorf's thoughts, what about his feelings? Did he do all this without any sense of regret or remorse?
The Knights of Valicia believed in strength of purpose at all costs. Karlendorf's purpose was to rid the galaxy of the Daleks. Any Daleks. He believed that overrode all other concerns.
But how did he hope to win? Even if his new alliance succeeded in defeating the Mentor and her Daleks, he must have known that the Dalek Supreme wouldn't be an ally forever.
You're forgetting the Emperor.
The Emperor? Then what happened to Zeus?
You don't need her. You only need to extract the consciousness of your Emperor from her mind.
The extraction process must be carried out on Earth.
Why?
Do not question the Dalek Supreme. When we have won the war, you will see Susan Mendes again.
You mean you're going to hold her hostage?
This discussion is at an end.
Did you expect anything else?
I'm sorry.
There's no need. We both know what has to be done, don't we?
Yes.
You know, I don't think I'll be able to bear it.
What do you mean?
If I've killed Albie for no reason.
The Dalek command ship is docking with us.
Carl.
Yes?
Win this war.
It's all I can do.
And did he win?
No one could. There was just more and more destruction. For years and years. No end to it in sight.
Then what could possibly have been his plan?
It was based on an old strategy used by one of Valicia's greatest and most feared leaders.
Godwin to command. Mikos 5 Mentor Dalek base destroyed. We're ready for evac.
Any word from Commander Kalendorf? Godwin? Is Kalendorf all right?
We don't know. He led the primary assault force in on the ground.
What? But he's our Commander-in-Chief, he's not...
I know! But have you ever tried arguing with him? Couldn't stop him.
Has he gone crazy? Must have been a hellhole in there.
Don't you get the idea that's where he wants to be these days? I mean, don't get me wrong, he's a fine soldier. The best commander we could have. But, you know, when he's not fighting a battle, he just sits in his cabin, listening to the hyperscanner. Like he's trying to find something. Won't talk about it.
Look, we've missed our window on hitting that enemy transport fleet anyway. We can hang on here until Eastern sunrise. We'll keep tracking for him. You send in a squad to find him.
I'll lead it myself.
Godwin, keep signaling for him on the comms.
Will do.
Good luck. Command out.
Commander Kalendorf, do you read me? Please respond. This is Colonel Godwin calling Kalendorf. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I'm alive.
Commander Kalendorf, do you read me? Please respond.
I just don't feel like talking, that's all. Not to you, anyway. I want to talk to Suze. Suze! Oh, are you the only one we left alive here?
Surrender, Susan Mendes, to the Dalek Supreme. You sacrificed her. Why?
Why? That's not you talking. That's the Mentor speaking through you.
Why?
Tell you what, I'll make you a deal. I'll talk to you, warrior to warrior. But without her listening. Come out of there! And there you are, laid bare. Free from all that machinery, from your billions of connections with her. The all-seeing, all-knowing, all-powerful mentor. What's it like to be alone on a battlefield, surrounded by the dead, knowing you're going to die? Huh. Can't speak. But I'll grant you your last wish. I'll answer your question in my own way, the way I told Suze. Why did I let the Dalek Supreme take my friend from me? Well, there was once a great leader of my people. His name was Sancroft. Like you, he nearly conquered this galaxy. He was defeated in the end. But at least he was defeated by his enemies. That's what he wanted. He didn't fear that. He knew it would happen one day. But what he couldn't bear was the idea of betrayal. To be defeated by the enemy within. So many of his predecessors had gone that way, stabbed in the back. It was very nearly a tradition. So, whenever he promoted anyone into high office, he made them swear an oath of allegiance. Now, as you may or may not know, the Velushans are telepathic. So at the ceremony of victory or death, that was the name of the oath, by the way, he would hold the nobleman or woman's hand, then pull them close to see if their thoughts were true and pure. And you know, none of his knights ever betrayed him. Except one. Cetericius was her name. She fought at Sancroft's side in many a battle. She was brave, ruthless, determined. Sancroft loved her as if she were his own daughter, so they say. Then one day, Sancroft discovered that she was plotting his downfall. He didn't tell her that he knew. He just summoned her for a private audience with him. The doors closed. No one knew what passed between them. But when it was over, Cetericius left Sancroft's palace, went straight to her fortress, and brutally killed every one of her co-conspirators. Then, she killed herself.
Karlendorf, thank God you're alive!
Don't interrupt! This is a private conversation.
Come... with who?
This thing, this Dalek creature.
I think it's dead, sir.
Dead? Dead. Yes, dead. Everything's dead.
Are you alright, sir?
Come on. We'd better get moving. The war's not over yet.
Still no sign of that enemy transport fleet, Commander. Should we break off the search and head for the outer sectors? Commander? Sir, perhaps you'd like to go to your cabin and rest?
There.
Sir?
I think that's it. Visual scan, long range.
Scanning.
Coordinates 9424912745
What is it you're looking for, sir?
Yes. Well, can't you see it, Godwin?
Well...
Magnify that area, go on.
Right. There is something there.
Oh, don't sound so surprised. Did you think I'd finally flipped my lid? Stop engines.
All stopped. We're still drifting towards it.
Just getting a close-up. And there it is.
What is it?
It's an escape pod. Godwin, read the ident mark on the hull and tell me I'm not going mad.
S. Defiant. Wasn't she lost years ago? Sir?
Lost? Yes, she was.
Flagship to recovery capsule. You are clear and on course for SS Defiant escape pod. We are tracking you on approach vector 6.
Recovery capture to flagship. Your signal's breaking up. Seems to be a problem with your transmission. Flagship, respond please.
Recovery capsule, come in. Come in, please. Are you reading me? Karlandorf?
Recovery capsule receiving. What's going on, Godwin?
Karlandorf, listen to
What
me.
happened?
We lost you for a moment, but...
What was it? Some sort of signal interference?
No, listen to me. We lost you completely. The scanners couldn't pick you up at all.
What?
Your capsule and the Defiance escape pod just phased out of existence for a few moments.
Run a diagnostic on your scanners and proximity.
No, Karlandorf, turn your capsule around and get back here now.
Are you giving your commander-in-chief an order, Godwin?
I'm the designated officer commanding for this EDA. This is my call, Karlandorf, and I don't think we have time for this discussion. I shouldn't have let you go out there in the first place. Turn back now.
Why? What's going on?
We're initiating remote control. We're bringing you back whether you like it or not. Karlandorf!
I've shut off the remote control receptors. You're not bringing me back until you tell me what's going on.
Commander, please! There is a time! We've detected some sort of spatial anomaly, a kind of dimensional shift, and that escape pod is sitting right at the middle.
Godwin? Godwin!
Transmission source out of range.
Out of range? Distance to flagship?
Incalculable.
Visual scan 360 degrees.
Scanning 360 degrees.
There's the pod. No sign of the flagship. But just now... Distance to Defiant escape pod.
Now within docking arm range.
Extend docking arm immediately.
Extending.
Well, keep scanning! He must be out there somewhere. He can't have just disappeared.
I'm afraid that's exactly what he has done, Colonel. No trace of the pod at all.
Karlandorf.
Now in docking arm. What's the atmosphere reading in the pod?
No readings available.
No readings. No readings. What did you expect? A miracle. Now opening escape pod door. What the hell? This isn't the escape pod. This is...
You may remove your protective helmet. The atmosphere here is breathable for humanoids.
So, I've walked into a trap. Very clever. What now?
You will come with us.
No, I think I'd rather walk straight back through that door.
You and your recovery capsule were transported through the dimensional gateway. You are no longer in your own universe.
How the hell did you manage to do that? And more importantly, why?
The mentor will explain. She is waiting to see you. Come with us.
All right.
There are refreshments for you. Please, make yourself comfortable.
Where's Mirana? Sue's told me Mirana had got away in the Defiance escape pod. Or was that pod I saw just some sort of clever mirage?
It has been many years since that pod was launched. My Daleks located it some time ago. Would you expect Mirana to be found alive in it?
No.
And yet you had to see for yourself. To be certain. I knew you would. It has something to do with guilt, has it not?
Well?
As you suspected, Mirana is, of course, dead. She and her first officer, Marba, died some years ago of asphyxiation. I'm sorry if the news upsets you, Karlendorf. You look puzzled.
You must have gone to a lot of trouble to get me here. What did you do? Stretch the dimensional gateway all the way from the Lopra system to Mikros?
Your presence in our universe is proof that we have that ability, would you not agree?
And why would you bother? Do you think the Alliance will fall apart without me?
I doubt that.
Then what do you want?
When did you turn against us?
Do you think if I tell you, you'll be able to win back my allegiance?
I wish to understand your motives.
I thought you'd thoroughly examined all the evidence relating to me. Are you telling me you're not all-powerful and all-seeing?
Humour me, Karlendorf.
It was early on in the war, but I'd already decided you weren't to be trusted. We'd captured a squad of enemy Daleks. Most of them had blown themselves up before we could disable their self-destruct mechanisms. But we got to one of them just in time.
You will learn nothing from me.
Commander, it's released some sort of data virus in its brain unit. We can't stop it. It's wiping everything it knows.
Disengage all our scanning equipment.
But sir, if we
Do it now, Hedrick! Cut off all surveillance and comlinks in this room. 100% shut down and secure. Do it! Herrick! 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 And now we're alone. Do you understand me?
I understand.
I don't want anything from you. I'm just going to touch your casing. Tell you something. With my mind. I have something you want. Something you need.
You gambled that the enemy Dalek would relay your offer of Susan Mendez through its command network to the Dalek Supreme.
I gambled, and I won.
Why did you turn against us? Our only purpose was to bring peace and order to your universe. To destroy the Daleks who would enslave and exterminate you. You knew that.
Yes, but when we accepted your kind offer of help, we didn't know that you would destroy any world that refused to join our alliance.
On a crusade against evil, there can be no equivocation.
Those planets weren't equivocating, they were sick of war. They'd lost the will to fight. Most of them had had their natural resources ripped out of the guts of their worlds. It isn't that they didn't want to fight alongside us, most of them couldn't. No. No answers, no excuses, no discussions. Just that fixed, exquisite smile. And ultimately, that's the only difference, isn't it? The smile, the gentle voice. But you are a Dalek.
And for that intellectual conceit, you have led your galaxy to the brink of destruction.
Freedom of thought, of choice, isn't an intellectual conceit. It's my birthright.
And what would you do with that birthright? Conquer and enslave as your own ancestors did, as the Daleks did. Tell me, what is the difference?
The difference is that we make our own decisions, and we don't get turned into mindless, obedient zombies.
You are referring to the mind processing techniques we developed in the Backowick system?
Techniques you've been employing wholesale since we became enemies. And you really can't understand why I won't embrace that as the future for my galaxy.
My galaxy? You are a warrior at heart, Karlendorf. What would you do without a war to fight? See how beautiful this planet is. This is my home. There are countless worlds in this universe just as beautiful, as peaceful. That is why the people here are content. Why would they want the freedom to war amongst themselves? And ultimately, that is all you want the freedom to do, is it not? to carry on with your own petty, destructive affairs without interference from the Daleks. But you will never have that.
That's for me to find out.
Do you think you are winning this war?
Why did you get on and kill me or brain convert me or whatever you have planned?
You are not winning this war, but neither are we. And as the war continues, more and more of your galaxy is laid waste. There is something almost poignant about the futility of what we are engaged upon.
What are you trying to say?
Our battle computers confirm that this war can never be won by either side. It will only end in the total destruction of life, not only in your galaxy, but ultimately beyond that.
So, what do you propose?
What if you were to win this war?
What do you mean?
If your alliance were to drive us out of your universe, what would happen then?
That would be our affair, not yours.
What is certain is that the Dalek Supreme and the Emperor would not honor any agreements made with you.
Perhaps.
It is certain.
What are you saying?
Which would you prefer? The destruction of your universe? Another, perhaps endless war with your old enemy Daleks ending in defeat or destruction? Or a future under our guidance and protection?
I prefer to make my own future.
You really believe you could defeat the Emperor's Daleks if they turned against you?
Perhaps.
You could not defeat them before.
But perhaps things are different now.
They are not. The course you choose is destruction.
It's my choice. And the choice of every other free mind in the galaxy.
A galaxy that will be consumed in the fires of war if this futile conflict does not end now. And unlike the Daleks of your universe, we have no desire to participate in pointless destruction. So you see, there is a difference, Karlendorf. Goodbye.
What? And they just left?
Yes. The Mentor recalled all her forces through the dimensional gateway.
And Karlendorf?
He was returned to his ship.
And then what? The Dalek Supreme's forces turned on Karlendorf's people.
No. For a brief period, there seemed to be peace.
Enter.
I hope I'm not interrupting you, sir.
No. No, Godwin, come in.
Thank you.
Take a seat, please. How long till we arrive in Earth's orbit?
We're currently refueling, but at optimum speed it shouldn't take us more than a couple of months to get there.
Good. Good.
Do you really expect the Daleks to let us just sail in there?
Why not? We're allies, aren't we? What can I do for you, Colonel?
What do you think will happen next?
Is that really why you came to see me? What do you think?
Well, everyone's expecting another war. I mean, I don't see how the Daleks will ever keep their promise of peaceful coexistence. It's not what they're about, is it? Really?
No. No, it isn't.
You're going back for the Angel of Mercy, aren't you?
Suze. Yes. You don't think that's a good idea?
I understand why, but... Well, there are those who think it would be wiser to prepare for some kind of attack.
Ah, yes. And, are you one of those who think that? Will you at least take me to the edge of Earth's solar system, Colonel? I can make the rest of the journey in one of our one-man scout ships.
I think that would probably be best. I'm sorry. We all owe you so much, but...
My time has passed. I'm already just part of history.
I'd like to be able to convince you not to go. But I know better than that.
Godwin. What's your first name?
Susan, sir.
Susan? All these years we fought together, I never knew. Well, Susan, I don't have a choice. But thanks for the thought.
Alert! Alert! Enemy craft approaching! Target for destruction immediately! I obey! Targeting! An unknown call sign is being transmitted! This is the Dalek Supreme! That is the call sign of Karlendorf! Dispatch a transsolar disk squadron to force it to land! Activate magnet trap! Approaching vessel is attempting contact with Dalek control.
This is Karlendorf. There's no need to panic. Your scanners must be able to tell that I'm alone and all the weapon systems of this ship are powered down.
What is the purpose of your visit?
You promised that Susan Mendez would be released when the war was over.
I promised that you could see her.
Doesn't it amount to the same thing?
A squadron of transsolar discs will escort you. You may land, but if you attempt to deceive us in any way, you will be exterminated immediately.
Understood.
Karlendorf's ship is now landing. He will be brought to you immediately.
Good.
Trap at full strength. This ship will not be able to lift off without our releasing it. Dalek control to Karlendorf.
Yes?
Leave your ship now. If you attempt to escape, you will be exterminated.
Why the hell would I come here just to try to escape? I could have just stayed away. That would have been the wiser thing to do.
Leave your ship now.
Now what?
You will come with us. Move! Move!
Where's Suze?
Move or you will be exterminated. Halt! Karlendorf!
I don't believe we've met.
This is the Dalek Supreme.
Where's Suze?
You will see her now. Follow! Follow! Move!
Well, where is she? Suze?
You won the war. Well done.
I didn't win it. I just convinced the mentor that I'd never give up fighting. So she couldn't see the point in going on.
It's a good strategy.
It's just the truth. Suze, are you all right? Are you Daleks going to let us out of here? What are you planning?
I am planning to make another speech to the citizens of the galaxy. It's time the Angel of Mercy united us.
I imagine the Dalek Emperor has other ideas. I'd like to speak to him before I leave, by the way. Can that be arranged?
Why do you wish to speak to the Emperor?
We're both commanders-in-chief of our respective forces, and we're both allies. Isn't that reason enough? Well?
You see the Emperor before you?
What? You? But you're just the Dalek Supreme.
Me, Carl. Me.
Explain it to him.
We activated the Emperor's consciousness in the mind of Susan Mendez and prepared for the extraction.
I didn't favor extraction. More amalgamation. Susan Mendez possessed a power I wanted. The Angel of Mercy will appear to be the new Emperor of the Daleks. It will become clear to the galaxy that we will no longer be the enemy. There will be no more war.
Until the Alliance forces drop their guard, and you strike.
Perhaps.
Is there anything left of Susan there?
Why did you want to speak to the Emperor?
I told you. Answer me.
There are some touches of humanity. The more persuasive elements of the human factor. Why did you come here, Karlendorf?
To find Suze.
And yet, I can access Suze's memory. Her knowledge of you tells me you would expect the Daleks to betray you.
Then why did I enter into this alliance in the first place?
I can't quite...
Isn't there anything left in there that can tell you that? Try. Try to think it. It's there. I'm sure it must be.
Take him away.
I obey.
What are you afraid of, Emperor?
Move!
I fear nothing. The Daleks have no fear. We are the superior race. It is our destiny to conquer you.
Then why do you want me taken away? It's because you fear me. Me, a mere humanoid.
Move or you will be exterminated!
Stop! Leave him!
I obey!
You are inferior, Karlendorf.
I?
And you will die.
Now that I know the truth, I expected nothing less.
Why did you come here, Karlendorf?
That question's really eating away at you, isn't it?
You're cunning. You had a plan. You have a plan.
Is that Suze or the Emperor speaking?
Susan Mendez is dead.
And yet you know me. You know me as Suze knew me. But perhaps Suze knew better than you. Yes, why would I come here? You've turned the whole planet Earth into one gigantic Dalek metropolis. I'm stuck fast at the dead center of your web. How the hell would I expect to get out? Maybe I didn't expect to get out.
You're keeping something from me.
Maybe I am. Maybe I'm not. You're not sure, are you?
I am the Emperor of the Daleks. There is no greater mind than mine.
And yet Suze would know, wouldn't she? Wouldn't you?
Susan Mendez is dead.
So you keep saying. And if she is, you'll never know what I've planned.
You are attempting to deceive me. There is no plan.
So you've changed your mind? Well, I suppose that's a Dalek's prerogative.
How would Susan Mendez know?
How did we organize a rebellion that brought your empire to its knees?
That was anticipated. It was our strategy to
distract us from Project Infinity, yes, I know. But are you telling me that you always knew we were plotting against you?
We soon discovered that you and Susan Mendez were in telepathic contact.
And that's why Suze would know. Because there was a connection between our minds. A connection that no longer exists because you've destroyed it. You've killed Susan Mendez. And when you did that, you destroyed something more powerful than the Daleks will ever be.
What? What do you mean?
You wouldn't understand.
Tell me.
Why should I?
Tell me, or you will be exterminated.
I'm dead already.
Even in this frail humanoid form, I can call upon all the raw energy of the Daleks. I can choke the life out of you, or make every nerve in your body burn for an eternity of agony.
I will never answer you.
You will answer. Answer!
But you can answer yourself. I can see in your mind. You have the answer you want, buried in Suze's thoughts. Now that you're touching me, I can make contact. I can see. It's still there.
What? What is still there?
Can't you see it? Or is the Emperor's mind too blind for that? Oh.
Tell me! You will tell me!
Victory or death. Victory or death. They say that's all Cetericius could hear in her mind as she entered her fortress. Victory or death. She ordered the knights to kneel before her. They did not hesitate to obey. Victory or death. It was was Sancroft's voice in her mind. And without hesitation, she killed them all. Victory or death. The last thought in her mind. The thought Sancroft had planted there.
Victory or death. I remember.
Carl!
You remember?
On the Defiant!
What is happening? Explain!
You sent Albie away. Our minds linked.
You are the Emperor!
No, I am Susan Mendes. And I know what I must do.
Emergency! 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 Cerebral malfunction! Shut down Imperial link to Dalek Command Network immediately!
Now, Zeus, now!
Exterminate! Exterminate!
Victory or death!
Karlendorf had used Sancroft's strategy. Sancroft had planted a destructive mental impulse in his knights' minds, so that if they'd betrayed him, he could trigger it, and any traitor would destroy themselves and their fellow conspirators. Karlendorf had planted such an impulse in Susie's mind. An impulse that ripped through the Dalek Command network like a burning whirlwind of destruction.
Hadn't he hoped that impulse would have been transferred to the Emperor from Suze?
In a way, it made it easier that the Emperor decided to exist within Suze.
It was easier for him to make physical contact.
I think Karlendorf had been planning a glorious suicidal physical assault on the Emperor.
Which would have left Suze alive. Poor Karlendorf. Always longing to make the ultimate sacrifice to save others. I take it he survived.
He did. Almost a cruel miracle. Somehow he managed to drag himself back home to Felicia. It took him years. But Suze had been destroyed, along with all the Daleks in this galaxy.
And that was the great catastrophe.
The collateral damage caused by the mass destruction of the Daleks and all their technology tore the galaxy apart. Whole star systems disappeared. Billions upon billions died. It took centuries for the Shroud of Devastation to begin to lift. Even now, we still live under it.
But Karlendorf did defeat the Daleks.
Karlendorf, Suze, Albie, Marana. They all made it possible. What is it?
And if I present all this evidence to the Council of the Galactic Union, they'll just say it's proof that this threat from the past is dead and gone.
Perhaps. Except for one thing.
And what's that?
That transmission fragment that brought you here. If my people have had more success with it than you did.
If they have.
There was more data hidden in the carrier wave. We're working on that right now. It's still being rendered. But we've deciphered more of the visual information already.
Let's see it.
It's a Dalek, all right.
On a transsolar disk. Look. You can just make out...
A whole squadron of them.
An invasion force.
Right. Rendering's complete on that hidden data.
What is it?
Audio transmission fragments by the look of it.
Let's hear it, Jake.
Yeah, hang on a sec.
Entering outer galactic sectors. Heavy concentration of asteroid fields indicate vast planetary destruction. Radiation readings indicate destruction caused by Dalek weaponry. Long-range scans reveal energy readings towards galactic center. Alien life still
That's it.
That's enough.
And it's definite. The Daleks are still out there. Alive. On their way.
Probably coming from Serifia. It's just as Karlandov thought. In spite of all our galaxy has been through, the war with the Daleks isn't over. It will begin again.
But we've no idea when that transmission was made. How far away they actually are.
Then you'd better take this evidence to your council as fast as you can, Tarkov.
Are you sure you won't reconsider, Solaran? Your knowledge of all this...
You know what to tell them, Si. I've no appetite for never-ending war.
Never-ending? What do you mean?
Oh, no, don't listen to me. It's just that I feel I've already fought all three of Karlandorf's wars.
Which means you're more than qualified to help this time.
No, because I think... While there's life in this universe, there will always be creatures who want to conquer and destroy others. And perhaps the Daleks are the worst of these creatures, I don't know. Perhaps there's worse yet to come.
You sound like you're giving up. Like you think we've lost already, before it's even begun.
I just don't have the stomach for it. This new war may be about to begin, but in a sense, it's never stopped and never ends.
I hope you're wrong, Solaran. I say I hope you're wrong. Goodbye.
Good luck. Good luck. You'll need it.
It's like boy meets girl. Boy meets girl. Boy loses girl. Boy chases across galaxy after girl. Boy loses legs. Boy finally meets up with girl. Girl dies. Girl comes back to
Girl
life.
kills him.
Boy meets girl again. Girl kills boy. That's some kind of weird shit.
It's such fun, and I think that we're fighting the Daleks. It's on a Sunday in Stockwell.
Yeah. A rainy November Sunday.
It is exciting.
Right. I don't know whether we want to make that trooper deeper or something. So,
All right.
Because command does appear non-distorted later. You
Right.
know, he's a bit of a grunt.
Okay.
It's like, well, I think it's
dead,
dead.
yeah.
So, I mean, obviously not as badly acted this side.
We're rolling.
Okay. And cue.
I'm Mark McDonald and I play Albert Brooks. Is it Brooke or Brooks? I can't remember. Brooke. Brooke, isn't it?
I think
thought
it is Brooke.
It's
Yeah.
ages since I've said my surname.
I'm Danny Khan, I'm playing a character called Morley. No surname.
My name's Sarah Mowat, and I'm playing Susan Mendes, but you can call me Suze.
And my name's Hannah Smith, and I'm playing Mentor, who's the leader of the alternative Dalek.
Is that like alternative comedy?
It is, only not as funny.
And it's rather like putting on a pair of comfortable slippers. Wonderful. No, because remember, because it was like that last week, though, wasn't it? Because we kind of came in. The first thing we did last week was because we're not recording the sequence, so it was a really late, one of the really late scenes, and it just like felt really easy, didn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
After
But you see, so much of last series we hadn't actually done together.
No.
Because we get separate. The characters got separated really quickly.
Apart from the first ever recording session.
First ever on that boat.
Yeah.
And then
pickled egg and all
with the
that.
pickled eggs. Pickled eggs?
Pickled
Onions
onions,
from
yeah.
Earth. That's right. But now we do get together. So, I mean, spend more scenes together in this particular one. I wish, yeah.
How different is it not recording them in order? Then? Is that a different process?
Yeah, you still have to kind of keep your eye on the ball a bit.
I find it
I've done a stupid thing because I brought only my scenes in, so now I can't remember what happens before or after each one. But then, you know, I'm sure Nick will be
such a professional.
Well, I didn't want to bring it. It's pretty heavy.
It's huge.
Bit of a dog star.
Did you find out in the first season, you find out one story at a time what would happen to your character?
Yeah, it was only one script at a time.
Because he hadn't
So
written the one
no,
after
'cause
when
he-
we were recording.
He was just writing them one at a time, so we didn't have a clue. It was always like, you'd come in for the next recording session like months later and go, I've got no legs. I said to him, hold on a minute, where did my legs shut off from? I was going to, because I didn't shut them off.
I'm going to giggle all the way through that.
I've got these kind of robot legs, kind of mechanical legs, isn't it? Because I was going, where am I shot? Where actually have I lost it? Because I'm chasing around the galaxy after this woman and I want her. You know what I mean? He was all from there or something, I don't know.
Mid-time.
That's right.
But I mean, this time you've got all the scripts together and
Yeah.
read them all at once.
Yeah.
Do you have any idea what was going to happen? Because I think we can say, because this comes after the last episode, that your character dies.
Yeah.
Did you know what was going to happen before you read the script?
No, I
You leave
didn't.
it as a surprise.
No, he left it as a surprise. And then he emailed me to ask me if I was upset.
What did you say?
I said no, it's brilliant. Because, but then in a way, everybody dies because it's so far. Like by the end of the story, it's
in the future.
It's in the future, isn't it? Everybody's worm. Anyway, it's nice to have it kind of go out in a blaze of glory. Although it's quite, I think it says more about Nick Bridges' crap view on relationships really than anything else.
Controversial.
I told him last week. I goes, "Then what is your mind like? It's like boy meets girl, boy meets girl, boy loses girl, boy chases across galaxy after girl, boy loses legs." Boy finally meets up with girl, girl dies, girl comes back to
Girl
life.
kills him.
Boy meets girl again, girl kills boy. That's some kind of weird shit.
It's that old story, isn't it?
Yeah.
Countless times. What was it like for the new members of the cast coming in to? Because presumably they must have had a kind of rapport, the cast from the first series.
Yes, but well, for me it wasn't very difficult because all my scenes are recorded in a separate studio, so I don't actually work kind of face to face with anybody. But I knew
probably for the best.
Yeah, I think so. But I knew several people before coming in here anyway, so it wasn't too intimidating. Everybody's very welcoming anyway.
I am the mentor.
It's quite a central role, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a really central role.
You're in charge.
I sort of am, which is a bit daunting, as I've never been in charge of anything in my life. maybe milk monitor, I'm not sure, but monitor. But the script
Milk
was
mentor.
Yeah, milk mentor. But the script was huge when I got it, and it's sort of waded through it. But it was really well written and really well constructed as well. I really like the way each episode ends with a real cliffhanger, and I love the part of mentor as well. Who wouldn't want to play someone like her? Just think she's wonderful.
Difficult to remember what my first thoughts about casting Dalek Empire were, because I know that when I finished writing it, I did sort of have some people in mind, but it changed from the beginning of the script to the end. But I had met Mark McDonnell when I was writing it, and we were doing the Paul McGann Doctor Who's. And I just got on with Mark really well and thought he was a great actor. And I thought, and he's got a really interesting voice, and that'd be good if he's Albie, yeah. So I asked him if he'd like to do it, and he said yes. So with that in mind, I carried on writing it, really, and he always says that I just turned it into him in space. Sarah Mowat, I've known for many, many years, and I thought she did a brilliant job in Sirens of Time, and ever since then I'd wanted to work with her again. Sarah's very rewarding to work with because she really desperately cares about what she's doing, and so... And she's got a beautiful voice, and she's a good actress, so all those things came together. I think when someone plays the leading part, you need to already... It's a good idea if you already have a sort of good working relationship with them. As for Carlendorf, that sprung from the first Paul McGann season we did, because I observed Gareth Thomas doing the part in Storm Warning, and I thought he was really good, because he wasn't doing a Blake Seven thing. He was playing this sort of crusty old so-and-so. And I actually went up to him in the pub and said, can I just say that I was listening to your performance and I thought it was excellent, which is, it makes me sound very mean-spirited, but that's very unlike me to do that, because also I thought he'd just think that I was some cringing fan, which I suppose I am. But so I always sort of bore him in mind, and it was lovely when I phoned him up to ask him whether he'd like to do it. He didn't want to know anything about it at all. I said, well, do you want me to tell you about the part? He said, no, I trust you, it's fine. And I thought, okay, fine then. So I just sent him the script and he turned up. And then with the second series, I had no idea who was going to be the mentor while I was writing it. But while I was writing it, I did know who I wanted to be Morley, and that was Danny Carr. Danny I'd met through a friend, and I'd seen her perform some of her own work on stage, some stuff she'd written and directed. And I just, I love her accent. And I thought, wouldn't it be fun to have someone with a Geordie accent in space? I mean, we've already got Albie and and I just thought that I don't know, there doesn't seem to be much of a tradition with that, especially in British science fiction. Everyone's terribly sort of plummy, or at most a bit cockney. So I just wrote it with Danny in mind, and I left a lot of although I wrote it in this kind of cod Geordie phrasing, and Jack Rayner and John Ainsworth, who read the script, said to me, is this character Geordie by any chance, by the way I'd written it? I'd put everything except YI man in, But then I said to Danny, you must alter this if it's offensive, So she put some really brilliant, genuine dialect in there. When I'd finished writing Dalek War, then I had to confront the issue of casting the mentor. And luckily, I had just done a season of Rep, as I do every year, have done every year for the last 7 years, in Nottingham. And I'd worked for the first time with an actress called Hannah Smith. And I'd had to direct her twice in 2 of the productions there. And, everyone I work with in Nottingham, they're all good actors and actresses. But there's something that struck me about Hannah. She was particularly adept vocally, and was interested in how she used her voice and was good at character voices. And I thought, well, what I need for the mentor, because it's going to be this kind of fluttery Dalek voice, I need someone who can really channel their whole performance vocally and for it to be strong enough not to be swamped by the voice effects. Because some actors, no matter how good they are, you put a voice effect on them and it becomes nondescript. And I had a gut instinct about Hannah. And luckily it paid off, frankly. And she was excellent, and she absolutely loved the part. She loved being the sort of chief evil person.
When we originally decided to do Dalek Empire, it came from a discussion which Nick and I had before we got the Doctor Who license, in fact.
Producer Jason Haig, Ellery.
When I first went in there with Gary to talk about Doctor Who, we thought that if we didn't get Doctor Who, we might go back and ask them just to do Daleks on their own. And that's where it started to some extent. But subsequent to that, when we actually got round to doing Dalek Empire, Nick had envisioned it as a 4-part single CD series, which is fine. And that was going to be it. It was only meant to be 4 parts, and that was it. But after the second story, I went back to Nick and said, actually, they're selling rather well, and the fans really like them. So, can you please stop killing people?
Exterminate! Exterminate!
It was done not exactly as a vanity project, but definitely as a project we wanted to do to have fun with, rather than an ongoing series. Mm-hmm. So we were very delighted that they did as well as they did. And also, it was critically, they've been very highly thought of, both through the science fiction press and online and so forth. And in fact, I think these are probably the best reviews that Nick's ever had.
So Nick, why are we about to listen to 2 men in a pub?
Well, a good question, Ian. The 2 men in the pub are me and Rob Shearman. And although Rob Shearman wasn't involved in Dalek Empire or Dalek War, it's always very gratifying when someone whose abilities you respect a lot appreciates your work. And he particularly liked Dalek Empire, which kind of helped and inspired me while I was writing Dalek War. He listened to them all while he was on an aeroplane, and just about the first thing he did when he got back to England was to phone me in a jet-lagged state to tell me how much he'd enjoyed them, which I was quite touched by that. And when it came to promoting Dalek War in Doctor Who magazine, Rob was commissioned by Clayton Hickman to write an article about Dalek War. And before he wrote that article, Rob wasn't quite sure what he wanted to say. So he said, could we have a chat about it over a meal, and then I can get my thoughts clearer. And I think I suggested we recorded it so that maybe he could listen back and get the notes. So, then I thought, why not completely illegally use that private conversation for public consumption? And I just hope Rob isn't going to sue.
Some would argue, not me,
No.
The Dalek Empire was a relatively complete story.
I would just point out also that since this recording wasn't intended for release, there are a few faults in it. So please do not adjust your CD player.
And you obviously didn't, as you've said, plan there to be a sequel at the time. So what's the point in the sequel then? Where does that take us? And is it just more of the same or not? Thank you very much. What does Dalek War provide that Dalek Empire hasn't already done better and more cheaply? How's that?
Have you got an answer?
No, I'm asking you. I don't know. I've not read Dalek War script. You haven't let me.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting because you've heard the end of it, haven't you?
No.
Yeah, you have. You heard Karen and...
Yeah, I don't know how we get to that ending.
Well, that was the end. Just 2 people shouting at each other by a spaceship.
It's great. And Albie's dead. Suze is dead. Karlendorf isn't dead.
Well, he is, really. He dies of old age.
Well, they all do that eventually.
Well, exactly. Since for the bits with Tarkov and Salaran are set 2,500 years after the events of Dalek, the main events of Dalek War, you see.
Oh, right. And they're coming back.
Yeah.
In Dalek Empire 3. The new cast.
They're not.
No, I know. No, but you might want to...
That question you ask, I'm frightened that I have no answer.
Well, as a writer, how did you feel? I think this is quite an interesting point if you can bring it out. How did you did you actually feel it more frightening or not to approach a Doctor Who type story with a completely blank slate with characters? The fact that you knew that you were... Because the way Dalek Empire was also written was that you wrote, recorded. Did you actually have a very strong idea about who Albie and Suze were and Karlendorf was? Or did it worry you that you were asking the audience to invest a lot of emotion in people that actually may not be that charismatic or that interesting? Whereas you know pretty well, if you're doing a Doctor Who story, that the Doctor actually is interesting.
You see, I think I have a terrible problem as a writer, in that even though I'm full of analysing other people's work and working out what works in a plot and so on, I kind of feel that what I write is what I write. And when people say to me, well, why don't they do this? And I want to say, well, because that's just the way they are. It's almost like because they took on a life of their own. You know, I just started to imagine who they were.
Well,
and then you imagine what they're like, and you just have them follow through the actions based on what you think they do, not what you think would be interesting or really exciting. You kind of think, well, they're in this situation, so well, you know, she wouldn't pick up a bazooka and wipe out the entire Dalek army because she might not know how to work it, or she's more likely to run away or try. You know what I mean? Stuff like that. Yeah.
I know that the primary difference, which may not be interesting for people, is that Dalek War was written in one go and Dalek Empire was written sporadically. Did you actually feel that you were writing in response to people's reactions to it after a while? So that I wasn't. You weren't.
I'd written the whole plot.
Yeah.
I scribbled it on lots of pieces of paper and had lots of meetings with John Ainsworth about it. I actually drew little rocket ships and things, and what I did was pitch the whole story to him.
No, it's great. It's really good. It's really easy to work with him, and it's kind of funny because he's written it and he's directed it, and he does it. He's basically a one-man band, isn't it? When he's in the scenes, that's when it's really funny. Because he's the one that screws it up. Because he's thinking about your performances, doesn't he? Then he goes, oh, I'm shit, aren't I? No, it's great. He's really easy. Yeah. And his direction's always spot on.
Well, it's good working for a director who's also an actor.
Yeah.
I think that's always
9
the
times out of
easiest
10,
thing to do.
that's the best director.
Yeah.
And he loves it.
They know the shorthand of getting away to getting you to do what to do.
Absolutely.
You know, just like saying things like act better.
He says that to you quite a lot, doesn't he, Mark? Yeah.
Well, I crossed that thin line, but that thin line between good and shit. You know?
It's very thin. Yeah.
I don't actually think that it's ever an ideal thing to act and direct at the same time, because there's the obvious problem of concentrating on the two things at once. And I think, if you can get away with it in any circumstance, it is if you've actually written it too. So you're very, very familiar with the material. You should always be familiar with the material anyway. So practically what happens in the Dalek series with me doing the Dalek voices and directing is that I listen very hard when I'm not doing my Dalek voice. Certainly if it's a scene where there's just a few I obeys or whatever. So it quite often means that I'm late on my cue or I'm the one who messes up the scene. It is quite difficult if there's an intensive Dalek scene going on with a lot of to and fro between the human character and the Dalek character, and quite often I say at the end of the take to the other actor in the scene, were we any good?
Is that understood? Understood.
It's very funny when it's still running and Nick's trying to direct you as a Dalek.
Yes.
That's fair.
Yes.
Because you just giggle and don't take it.
Well, let's have a read through and see how we go.
Ooh.
Okay.
Right.
And
Commander Karlendorf, do you read me? Please respond. This is Colonel Godwin calling Karlendorf. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Gareth Thomas Karlendorf.
Is it nice coming back when you know some of the cast members from last time?
Oh, yes.
Is it a nice atmosphere to come back to?
Oh, yes. I mean, that's always great fun. It's like working with people more than once in theatre or television or anything. I mean, it's a great thing about the business. It goes around in circles. You nearly always meet people again.
Yeah.
Which makes life a lot easier.
This series or this lot aren't being recorded in episode order.
No.
Does that put more pressure on you having to remember how the script goes scene by scene because it's been recorded or jumbled up?
No, not really. I mean, as long as you've read it, you know roughly where you are. And in fact, I mean, they're actually rather well written. Each scene sort of stands out quite well in itself. It's not difficult to sort of slot it in. At least I don't find it so.
when you did the first lot last year, did you have any inkling that there might be some more coming up, or was it just...
Not until we did the last one, when it was left fairly open-ended. There wasn't a definite finish to it as such. So the possibility, yes. No, it wasn't. The last one, when we looked and we thought, well, this is left fairly open here. There could possibly be, maybe. And then Nick said, yes, he wanted to do some more.
But it's quite exciting working with Gareth, because I did used to watch Blake 7.
Yeah.
And he's got such a fantastic voice. It's a really cuddly voice. And he does make it look really easy. When you're working with him in the studio, he can just do incredible things with his voice, I find. So he's the one I've done most with, really, I suppose.
Yeah, because we didn't last series, it was mainly...
We had a laugh that one scene in the boat, though.
Yeah.
But now I've got to kiss my arm, haven't I? Pretend it's you.
Yeah.
Are you not going method on that, then?
I've suggested it to Nick.
Maybe.
I've got some Smiths. Just in case, you know.
As an actor, so much of the way that you're cast usually is dependent on how you look. And so it's so nice to be cast or to be doing something where you're using your voice and you can play so many more different parts.
One can be terribly handsome on the radio.
Well, that's what I
Well, you are anyway,
like about
Mark,
this.
in real life. I
That's
had to
nice.
say that, but it's true.
She's winking like she doesn't mean it.
For the team.
How did you all come to be cast in this, then?
I slept with the director.
Really? No. You as well?
Oh dear, I'm going to regret saying that.
None of this will be in.
No, I really hope not. Nah. My husband will hear that.
That's true, you're
I know.
Mr. Briggs has no moral scruples.
Helen Godwin.
Well, I read about it on the internet, on the website, the Big Finish website, because I like to sort of check in there occasionally, see what's going on, see what I'm being left out of, basically. So I knew there was something going on, and it's nice to be finally involved in it, because it's another one of the sort of major series. They've got so many things on the go, and I was aware that this one was happening. I play Godwin, which apparently I only was given because my name is Goldwyn, and Nick was reminded of me when he read the character name. When he wrote the character name, he thought Godwin, Goldwyn. Oh, we might as well ask her.
What's it like working with a director who also wrote it and also appears in it at times?
I think you have I think I have.
Man's a megalomaniac.
Yes. There you are. It's all summed up in one word, really. There is that element to it, but I think you have more respect. I have more respect for someone who is directing something that they've written. They know, Nick knows exactly how he's heard it in his head, and he's the best person for the job, to try and impart that to the actors. And I'll take the mickey out of him to the ends of the earth outside of the studio, but in the studio, I will listen to what he says and I will respect it. And I will deliver to the best of my ability.
Have you been doing a lot of acting when you're separated in booths from different actors?
Yes, but that always tends to be the case, right. And because there's a lot of glass in the studio, you can see each other. I have done one Doctor Who where I was completely secluded. I was playing 3 strains of the same alien species, and of course my voice was being treated. I had to be separate, and that was quite a solitary experience, because plus everyone was laughing at me, which is quite isolating as well.
Just to explain, Gareth, there's that scene, because this is a new one, there's that scene in part 4 where you tell the mentor via a flashback that you communicated with an enemy Dalek, and in the hope that it would tell the Dalek Supreme that you could get hold of Suze.
Yep.
And this is Mirana coming to you just after the business about the planet Emerron being zapped, but she's coming to you to tell you that this transmission from this enemy Dalek has been picked up. And this is very much a sort of knowing you're being overheard, and you're trying to impress that upon her, so neither of you can actually say what you need to say. But this is also the foreshadowing of Mirana revealing later,
Yes.
I hope you're following this, to Marba that she didn't dare ask you what it was you were up to. She just had to trust you. Okay, let's have a read through then.
Mirana? I didn't expect...
Have you heard the news about Emerald?
It was actually during the recording of Dalek War that I wrote an extra scene for part 3. There are 2 reasons for that. One, it had been on my mind for quite a while. I just wanted to illustrate the whole thing about Karlendorf's slight double dealing. The other thing was quite a mundane thing, that part 3 was underrunning. So I thought, well, if any part can take an extra bit of writing, then it'll be part 3.
Picked up. There's some suggestion that it might have been on
In a way, this scene could have been inserted at the beginning of any episode because it actually takes place before the main narrative anyway. So putting it at the beginning of part 3 in a way was a little arbitrary, although it is quite nice that the audience is asking those questions about Karlendorf at that stage in the story.
I wonder what it could have been.
I wonder.
I think it's very much like they're both fixing each other with a look and kind of going, yes,
yes,
probably.
There's really not enough data for us to be sure.
If it's likely to happen again, is it? It's like you're saying, and will I have to cover something up? And he's kind of, no, I don't think it's actually going to happen again.
We can communicate mentally, can't we?
Well, yes, I did think about this, but I thought if you're worried that you're being observed, to communicate telepathically, you have to embrace and touch, and I don't think you even want to. Yeah, so you have to.
It's a bit more placed, isn't it?
Yeah, and the way Karlendorf gives Mirana the clue immediately is to really be, that affecting a lack of concern.
Yeah.
I put more words in brackets than I put for the actors to say. That's your clue to her because that's out of character, you know. But she doesn't take it first of all, and that's why you have to remind her. Yes, well, that is what she'd say if she were. So I don't think you need to sort of actually whisper the listening thing. I know I put quietly. I think that was a misdirection. Really, I think it needs to be because you don't want it to appear like you're being conspiratorial. So it's just a little bit stilted and a bit overemphasized. If she was here, she'd probably think that, wouldn't she? And you're hoping you're using a tone of voice that the mentor won't interpret as conspiratorial.
Right, yeah.
It's difficult, isn't it? Because if you're doing it really well, we just wouldn't be able to tell.
No.
I mean, maybe we should kind of do both ways. Maybe do it well to start with, and then we'll do another take when you're sort of betraying it a bit more.
Okay, let's try it.
Yeah, let's do the doing it well one first. If you see what I mean. Okay, we're running and cue.
Mirana, I didn't expect...
Have you heard the news about Emerald?
Yes. A pity, really. But the mentor really didn't have a choice.
Didn't have a choice?
Yes, I'm sure that's what you say now. If she were here, listening, or watching.
Yes. Yes, of course, of course.
Is there anything else I can help you with?
Yeah. There's been a report that an unidentified transmission was detected coming from this ship.
Unidentified?
Only a fragment of it was picked up. There's some suggestion that it might have been on a wavelength used by the enemy Dalek command network.
Some suggestion?
There's really not enough data for us to be sure.
So, to all intents and purposes, it really was an unidentified transmission?
If it happens again, we'll be ready for it this time. Do you think it's likely to happen again?
No. No, I don't think it's likely.
I wonder what it could have been.
I wonder.
That's very nice. I'm going to do it again because I'm afraid, Gareth, you've gone a bit off Mikey again.
Oh, sorry.
And it's just that, you know, you sound like you're in different acoustic environments. But that was actually, you know, that's just what I want, I think.
Right.
So it's halfway between the two, really.
It was, wasn't it? Yeah. Which kind of, I thought that worked quite nicely. And Tree, I think you knocked your script or something.
No, my elbow cracked.
Oh, right.
Mm.
Bursitis. Is it all right now?
Yes.
Sound effect
Yeah. I just gesticulate too much in my elbow crack.
I'm trying to crack mine, but can't. Right, okay, shall we do another one like that then? Okay.
Enjoy.
And
Get back! Under fire! Under fire! You will surrender! Surrender!
Suze!
So I wasn't quite serious with my Daleks.
Yeah.
You have to be relaxed and enjoy these things. Otherwise, it's the point about that. The reason people do jobs like this is because it's fun.
Yeah, it's good fun. We're in separate little booths though when we're recording.
Yeah.
I mean, occasionally you might be standing next to somebody at a mic, but generally we're in different booths. And of course, anyone who's playing a Dalek is in a completely different studio as well. And I have to say that is still quite scary when you hear that effect on the voice. Because now it's being done live, the Dalek voice. It's not being done in post-production.
Was it done like that the first time?
First time it was
Well,
done.
they had stunt Daleks.
Yeah.
They'd have somebody like Jason or something through in there.
Yeah, just
in the
voicing
studio. So it was coming out with effect, but it wasn't the way it was going to be.
Hannah, can you hear yours? Can you hear yours coming back?
Yeah, I
through?
can
Does
hear.
it sound weird?
Yeah, I can hear my voice with the effect on it,
Coming
and I
back
just keep
through.
feeling like I need to clear my throat all the time because there's this funny
It's very
effect on
good.
my
It does
voice.
sound really good, but I wondered what it was like having it put back through.
Yeah, no, it's a bit weird. It's a bit weird. But because the microphone's so sensitive, I can hear my breathing, and that's also got an effect on it. And if I take my hands out of my pocket, it goes. As I take my hands out.
You gambled that the enemy Dalek would relay your bugger.
No, I didn't gamble that at all.
I think that because in some ways, radio and audio acting, in some ways, is kind of really more knackering than anything else because to get the quality of voice, you have to do something. You have to move around. Otherwise, it's very boring. To get a sense of energy.
Yeah. Well, also, so people can visualise what they're listening to as well.
Yeah.
You need to kind of
You can't just rely on the sound effects coming in later.
No.
Because it would sound dead.
Yeah.
When it says like sounds of struggling, you have to be.
Yeah, you have to. Yeah.
Not be embarrassed about it.
What were we doing
Just run in
last
the room.
week? Oh, last week before you arrived. We were doing all these ridiculous
Oh, yes,
sound effects.
gassing
and coughing and
running away and
we did that last year, didn't we? We did all people groaning and screaming.
Groaning and screaming.
Now you're on the brink of death now. There's hundreds of you.
Oh dear!
And the point is, you do it for a while, a few seconds, it keeps going until you catch somebody's eye, and then
you just stop. And you can never quite keep it going for as long as Nick wants you to keep it going. So there's like a natural cut-off point where there's this sort of a slightly shabby silence when we all finish.
And I find I'm copying somebody. If I hear somebody doing a really good sound, I think, oh, I'll put that in. That was a good cough.
Definitely.
Stealing other people's material.
Absolutely. Who hasn't? I get a bit confused sometimes about who people are and where they are in the universe. Yeah.
We're not actually talking about your life, though. We're just talking about this particular thing.
Do you want me to continue?
Yes, okay. Sorry.
No, I do find sometimes the language and the theories behind who we're fighting and where we are in the universe a little bit complicated, because I'm not switched into that world really. But I've learned to love it over the last few years because they're fantastic stories. I mean, they are fantastic stories, and the characters are so imaginative. The way he creates these, he does write terribly well, Nick. I mean, I've only ever done Nick Briggs' work for Big Finish, like Sirens of Time and the other Dalek story in this one. Hannah, your turn.
Quickly. The big thing with me is pronunciation. I'm forever saying, how do you pronounce this? What's this? Made a huge faux pas today because what's the Daleks' home planet called?
Scarrow.
Oh yes, I was calling it Scarrow all day. Marvelous. So no, it's just pronunciation really.
Oh, you have to do that every new planet
yeah.
you go to. Say, right, so what is this now? Because the
But the-
Picoic system.
That's
like
right.
that.
I was calling it the Picoic system.
I
What is
think
it?
that's what it is.
Is it Picoic or Picoic?
The last Dalek
You
was
say Picoic.
I say Picoic.
He said Picoic, he said think of moon.
Picoic, yeah, cow.
Cow, of course. With the first Dalek one, it was the Belisha or Velisha. Remember that? Belisha or
Yeah, that's
Velisha?
the Velisha, yeah.
Velisha.
Cetericius.
Well, you can say that however you like, because Cetericius has never been said before.
Right.
And will never be said again.
Cetericius.
Yes, I think it was Velisha we went for. I don't know, Velisha will do, won't it?
Velishans.
Yes.
It's
You're one of those anyway.
Yeah.
Toby Robinson, studio manager.
With Big Finish, we tend to get the studio ready the night before and check it all out, mainly because if there was anything astray, simply because of the load of actors there, it would be quite expensive not to be up and ready for them to go, because the acting hourly rate, so to speak, is probably far more than the studio cost. So we tend to check everything out the night before and make sure that mics are in positions. We try and favour the actors that we're getting accustomed to with knowing their mic settings and positions. In particular, if we're doing something like the Dalek Empire, we're normally setting up another room in which the Daleks can be recorded separately, because the recent innovation in the last Dalek Empire series that we've just finished recording is that there are live Daleks. Before, people would have to act silence or to just somebody reading the lines rather than sounding like a Dalek. We've now got Nick doing his wonderful Daleks live. But the one thing that all the technical side should never get in the way of is actually acting. Because what they need to be able to do is feel free and comfortable acting. Because if they don't feel that, it's not worth recording them. So for that reason, that's our primary concern, is that people feel comfortable in the space they're in. We don't get the scripts beforehand, and it doesn't really matter. I mean, our primary responsibility as the studio is to make sure it's prepared and ready for them to use. I mean, we get them snacks and all that sort of nonsense, try and make them comfortable and in that way. But it's just really minding the technical side, making sure they don't go on or off mic, making sure they don't pop or make noises. I mean, some actors require a lot of movement and they need to be able to, wave their arms about, and often they will make noises on scripts, and it's our responsibility to check that there are no noises, no stamping of the feet or hitting microphone stands. But actually the directors notice that anyway, but that's our primary responsibility. And we also mark up the scripts, because a lot of plays are recorded out of order, and so therefore we just mark where each line is, so that at a later date they can reconstruct it in some sort of sensible order.
Okay. So once you've recorded all the material, you take away all the takes and start post-production. What's the first thing you have to do?
The first thing is to assemble the dialogue in the right order. I do a dialogue edit per scene, not a dialogue edit for the whole production overall in one go. So yeah, you cut out all the mistakes and work out which take you're using and stuff. Quite often I work out background noises first, the environments they're in, just as a sort of exercise for getting into it. But in the actual process of editing scene by scene, it's usually the spot effects first, like doors closing, guns going off, people falling over, bleeps, things like that.
When you started doing Daleks for Big Finish, did you have any specific voices from a television series that you wanted to emulate or copy?
Oh, right. Well, the big thing is that the Dalek voices on TV varied a lot. And I suppose my favourite Dalek voices centre around the Doctor Who 1960s movies. Maybe a bit of Genesis, a bit of Evil of the Daleks, that sort of thing. I wanted it to sound like that. And we were constantly refining the Dalek voices. Plus the fact that every time we sat down to do them for Dalek Empire, every episode, they seem to have changed. But I think I've told that story elsewhere. But this time round, I had a different ring modulator. This Mooga Fuga is here. That's me patting the Mooga Fuga. So I had a setting on that we sort of stuck to. And that was actually in the studio with us.
Do you find it easier post-producing your work that you've written and directed?
Yes. I'm trying not to sound too pretentious, but it's, you come up with the idea, you go into the studio, and you get a load of people to act it out for you, and then you get to take it away and put it together. You're creating the whole thing. And it's, aside from anything else, it's just fantastic fun. The only aspect of it that sometimes isn't fun is that there's a deadline, so you can't mess around with stuff as much as you'd like to. You can't sort of experiment quite as much as you'd want to. So in the post-production, you're kind of, where you're going with it. You're not trying to work out what the writer meant or what the director meant. You know, you already know that. So it does give you the opportunity of taking it one stage further. It gives you the opportunity to change something as well without having to have any dialogue with someone else, you know. I did, for example, in Chapter 3 of Dalek War, change the order of some of the scenes around because I just suddenly felt the drama worked a bit better. It was all around the Varga stuff on Jupiter. I just reordered the scenes slightly, which did cause us a bit of a problem with the track listings, because when Alistair Locke, who was mastering it, was trying to match up the tracks with on the CD with the list of names of tracks I'd given him, he said, well, hold on, this isn't making sense anymore. And luckily, because the cover was delayed, I was able to change the names of the track listings. So there was one advantage of Dalek War 3 being a bit late.
It could be quite fun actually now to see how you build a moment up in different levels of sound.
Yes, what a good idea. Well, I've chosen a scene to demonstrate this, Ian. Scene 37. So would you like to hear it finished with all the music in it? So here it is now.
Where is Susan Mendes? You will surrender her to us immediately. Answer!
Mirana, give me your gun.
What? Wait, what are you gonna do?
Don't waste time. I know what I'm doing. Just give it to me.
Answer or we will exterminate Albie Brock.
I am Susan Mendes.
No, she's lying. She isn't.
Albie, don't make them angry again. Albie, it's best this way.
No! Susan Mendes is dead.
Silence! Run computer scan. I obey. Physical characteristics match with database information. You are confirmed as Susan Mendes.
So, what now?
These other humans are not required. Exterminate them.
No!
Exterminate.
Down! Open fire! Stop this!
That was good. So,
Well, you have to say that, don't you? I'm sitting here.
well, yes. But, so presumably you mentioned earlier you start with dialogue.
Yes. So here's the dialogue, and it has there are Daleks in the scene, as you heard. So this rudimentary modulation you're hearing is actually a combination of my live unaffected voice and the modulated version of my voice, which makes the modulation sound different. I don't know why, it just makes the rate of the modulation different, the way the voice is being cut up. So this is what the actors would have heard.
Thanks, Lee. Okay. And QB. Where is Susan Mendes? You will surrender her to us immediately. Answer!
Mirana,
Answer!
give me your gun.
What?
Answer!
What are you gonna do?
Don't waste time. I know what I'm doing. Just give it to me.
Answer or we will exterminate Albie Brock.
I am Susan Mendes.
No, she's lying. She isn't.
Albie, don't make them angry again. Albie, it's best this way.
No! Susan Mendes is dead.
Silence! Run computer scan. I obey. Physical characteristics match with database information. You are confirmed as Susan Mendes.
So, what now?
These other humans are not required. Exterminate them.
No!
We obey. We obey. We obey.
No! Get down!
Exterminate. 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 Exterminate.
Open fire!
It's always worth remembering, by the way, that without the modulation, this is how embarrassing it would sound.
Where is Susan Mendes? You will surrender her to us immediately.
That's quite embarrassing, isn't it?
I would be embarrassed.
Yeah. But luckily, then you can add some compression, which brings the Dalek voice sort of closer to the mic, as it were, and some reverb, which is always good for making it sound metallic, and then it's
I am Susan Mendes.
No, she's lying. She isn't.
Albie, don't make them angry again.
Albie, it's best this way.
No, Susan Mendes is dead.
Come back, do a new one. And
Characteristics match with database information. You are confirmed.
And this is what the effect sounds like on its own. Let's fire their gun.
I am Susan.
Why do you say?
Just because they wouldn't or couldn't help with the war effort, or couldn't. Can I start from the beginning of that?
Are you gonna shoot?
He calls me Sam. His name is Paul. He's my man. I think I have feelings for him. It feels that way. What? Christ. Paul. Paul, it's your phone. Paul.
My what?
Phone.
Yours or mine?
Yours.
Hunt, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. This better be good.
Scorpius.
Where?
There's a car outside your flat right now. Get in it.
Lights?
What is it? What? Hey, where are you going?
I have to leave. Go back to sleep.
Paul, what do you mean? It's the middle of the night. You're serious, aren't you? What is it? What's happened?
I can't tell you, Sam.
Are you going away somewhere?
Maybe.
Maybe? Well, will I see you again?
I don't know. Probably not.
You don't know?
You know I can't talk about my work, Sam. Get some sleep. Bye.
But... Bye. And thanks for nothing, Paul Hunt.
Skimmer T389 to Scorpius Control. We have your guest on board, requesting permission to land.
Scorpius Control, permission granted.
Hold on tight, Mr. Hunter.
I'm holding.
Welcome to the Isle of Wight, Mr. Hunt.
A penal colony is the last place I expected to find.
I know how you feel.
Is it certain?
It's certain.
Where?
5 miles out, 30 fathoms down.
30 fathoms? That's some impact.
It's been quite a drilling operation down there.
You must have shipped in some impressive technology.
Come and see for yourself.
How long have you known?
6 months.
And you've only just decided to call me in?
We're playing it very carefully, Paul. We don't want a repeat of what happened last time.
Well, I hope you've made it nice and cozy for me down there.
Oh, nothing but the best for our expert.
How soon do I get to take a look at it?
Once we're aboard the frigate, we'll take a mini-sub straight down.
So now you're in a hurry?
Things are hotting up in Orion.
I hadn't heard anything.
You're not supposed to.
That bad?
That bad. We're priority 1 now. Not just a research budget, full frontline funding. So, I want thorough, but fast.
Lucky you've got me, then.
MS-5 to Scorpius seabed control. We are on final descent. Please open sub-bay.
Acknowledged. Voice ident on your passengers.
Vice Admiral Charles Hendry, Scorpius 1 clearance.
Voice ident confirmed.
Your turn.
Paul Hunt, Weapons and Strategic Consultant.
Security clearance.
Scorpius 1.
Confirmed. MS-5, you are cleared to enter sub-bay.
So, what are we talking about? Some kind of remnant? A flight recorder? What?
Something more.
Such as?
I won't waste time explaining. We're here.
Retina scans positive. Commander Charles Hendry. Mr. Paul Hunt.
Open.
Fighting a war seems so close to death. You smell it every day, even when it isn't there. Entering Orion is treading in a snake pit. I keep surviving it, but I keep on imagining what it's like to die. But I don't die. Not yet. Instead, I kill others. Take lives that don't count. Android lives. They're not human. We made them. So now we get to decide when they die. The only trouble is, they keep killing us.
This is Planetary Assault Force Delta, Regimental Command. If you're reading out, the situation is critical. All battalions report heavy casualties. Enemy forces moving on all fronts. Superior numbers. Their best weapons. We can't stop them. We are under heavy fire here. If you can hear this, fleet, we need urgent evacuation. You have got to get us out of here. The intel was wrong. We dropped into a hell's nest of them here. They waited until our orbital support had moved out, and then they hit us from all sides. Fleet, we need you, and we need you now.
Admiral, we've just received the 7th transmission from Planetary Force Delta on our ISP 8.
I take it the situation isn't improving.
It sounds like a massacre.
Thank you, Captain Barnaby. You may return...
Admiral, what are your orders?
Return to the bridge and await my orders.
Karen, our people are dying. We have to move.
Captain, get to the bridge.
Mum.
Well, Hellerton, you see the position you put me in. So let's try one more time. Planetary Assault Force Delta is being wiped out by android forces as I speak. We know that's your fault. We know you tampered with the intelligence reports. I don't need a confession.
That's lucky for you.
I don't even want an explanation. Why you thought you were justified sacrificing thousands of human lives in the name of some misguided loyalty to the android hordes is entirely your own affair, Hellerton.
Don't you ever wonder what the hell we think we're doing out here, Admiral Brett? Taking the lives of creatures we created. They have a right
what
to...
What I do want to know is the extent of your treachery. And if you don't tell me, I will order the power switched on again. And I will have every nerve ending in your broken body fried for longer than you can dare to imagine. And you know what I want you to be thinking about while you're suffering that endless, excruciating pain? I want you to think about whether it was all worth it. So, is the android 8th Fleet waiting for us to enter that solar system and make a rescue attempt?
I've already told you. No.
Power on. Just to recap, I don't believe you. They're hiding out there, aren't they? Behind a scanner shield. And all I need to know is the decoding frequency. I'm not an unreasonable person, Hellerton. I can tell you're a sensitive, intellectual man with, perhaps, conscientious objections to the war against the androids. It's a point of view. Human beings have opinions. That's the beauty of us. I'm sure we could have an informed debate about it in another, more civilized arena. But this is war, Hellerton. And no matter how deeply felt your objections, you signed up for that war. You came to the Orion system, you swore allegiance to your people and your comrades, and now you've let them down. Now they are dying because of you.
Sorry.
What was that?
Please.
Sorry. Then make amends, Hellerton. Make amends. What's the frequency?
Please turn off.
The frequency. The frequency!
202 906 4890 9450 08.
Oval Office? Uh-huh. Thank you. It's confirmed.
No survivors.
None, Mr. President.
I see.
Sir, she's going to be a global hero when she gets back here next month.
A global? She lost a whole planetary assault force.
She could have lost a whole lot more, sir. The entire fleet. The war.
Admiral Karen Brett lets 50,000 troops under her direct command die and somehow manages to come out of this smelling of roses?
Well, maybe you ought to take a look at this, sir.
What?
News Media Latest.
No one doubts the tragedy of this latest development in the protracted Orion War. The thousands who died in combat on Orias Beta 8 will be mourned by billions throughout Earth and the colony worlds. But it would appear that this humiliating defeat for humanity's forces is not the whole story. And once again, Earth Fleet's well-loved charismatic commander, Admiral Karen Brett, is at the center of the story. These pictures show Earth Fleet's surprise attack on the android ships that hope to turn the tragedy on Arias Beta 8 into total catastrophe for Earth's war effort. We managed to get a call through to attack ship Redoubtable and spoke to comms officer Nash, who picks up the story for us now.
We knew those people on Arias Beta were in real trouble. We knew it, and we all wanted to wade in there and pick them right up. But I heard that the Admiral, she kept saying no. She was driving her officers crazy. I mean, Delta Force were crying for help, screaming. I heard the calls. We all did. But Admiral Brett, she had that traitor on the slab. They say she just burned him and burned him till he talked.
What did she hope to find out?
She knew the androids were using Delta Force's bait, that the androids were hiding, waiting for us to go in. But she needed the traitor to tell her how to find them android ships that were hiding.
And you believe she got that information?
Hell yes! We got the order to recalibrate our scanners, and there they were. The whole android 8th fleet, sitting out there just off Arias Beta 5.
And these scanner recordings supplied by the flagship, the fighter carrier ES Furious II, show Admiral Brett's victorious flanking maneuver on the enemy ships that thought they couldn't be seen. Reports confirm.
I get the picture. Tactical genius, determination, charisma, ruthlessness. She destroyed their fleet?
And she wiped out the android forces on Arias Beta 8. She nuked the planet.
Well, let's hope there weren't any of our Delta Force people left.
It's a safe bet there weren't.
And who's to say otherwise?
Sir, she turned a catastrophe into victory. That's the best news we've had in nearly 20 years.
Which is why the media get the story before I do. Oh, don't tell me. Comms Officer Nash was an unauthorized, regrettable leak.
I expect so, Mr. President.
What about this Hellerton? Did he survive the interrogation?
No information.
We don't torture our prisoners to death, even in war, Mr. Gloust. We're human beings, not androids.
Hellerton condemned 50,000 of our troops to death, sir. Karen avenged those deaths.
So, how do we deal with her this time? That face means I'm not gonna like it.
We promote her. Earth Forces Commander-in-Chief.
What about Campbell? He's good at the job.
Who, sir?
Looks like she gets the hero's welcome back to Earth and the big prize all in one go. Tell me something, Gloust.
Mr. President?
Admiral Brett wants victory at any cost. Is she the future?
Keep your eyes open. Correct course. Vector 5, lateral thrust. Come to 190 degrees and starboard.
Aye, Captain.
Keep a steady helm. Can't believe I'm having to tell you.
Sorry, sir. Lateral thrust now at maximum. Vector 5 in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5...
They're all exhausted, Captain. Don't be too hard on them.
Too much celebrating. I had to send the officer of the watch back to her quarters this morning. She threw up on the navigation desk.
They deserve a celebration now and again. I think we all do, don't you, Liam?
But not you.
Oh, I had a few drinks last night.
Oh, so it's just a hangover then?
What?
Oh, I thought maybe the charismatic and well-loved Admiral was suffering from, I don't know, melancholia. I think I was right.
50,000 dead. And how many ships did we lose?
The androids lost everything, Karen. Their 8th fleet has been wiped out along with all their ground forces on Arias Beta.
And such butchery earns me heroic status.
Butchery? What are you now, a peacenik?
Maybe Hellerton had a point.
Karen, you killed Hellerton.
And I didn't feel a thing. Only nausea at the smell of his burning flesh. But what the hell? I'm a hero.
Yes, you are. What's up?
Don't know. Something in my secure line.
President Levinson calling for a cosy chat?
But it does look like a government code, and it's been sent to my private number. Who the hell can that be? sure this is a good idea. The message said I should come alone.
Which is why I'm suspicious. The team's in position, surveillance in place. We'll pick everything up. The first sign of trouble and we move in.
You better hope whoever it is doesn't find out you're here. And anyway, since when did I need security on an uninhabited planet?
Just leave it to the experts, Admiral. You should get used to blanket security. You're a global hero now. Interplanetary hero.
Heroin.
Don't quibble. When we get back to Earth, you won't be able to move.
Heroes don't last forever. They could have chosen a better venue.
I don't know. It's just the sort of thing government spooks like. A clandestine rendezvous on an inhospitable world. You did recheck their security code.
Authentic.
So what do you think it's about? A hit squad sent by the president?
Not really Levinson's style. He's more likely to send me a stiff memo.
Still, you never know.
Where would I be without my faithful Captain Barnaby?
Dead, probably.
Thanks, Leen. I know.
Good afternoon, Admiral Brett.
And you are?
Sorry about the rain. Retachek 4 was the only safe planet we could find on your flight plan.
Your name?
Paul Hunt.
You work for the government?
I work for a government department.
Which one?
One that doesn't officially exist.
Does President Levinson know about you?
Oh, we were in his in-tray often enough, but I think he overlooked us.
I see. Well, what do you want?
She's the one. I feel it. Just looking at her. Here, now. She's the one.
We've lost it again. Some sort of interference. No, it's all right. I can still see them. They're just talking. She's all right. Try to get the sound back.
But you're concerned with security work? With the war?
Yes, with the war. I'm a weapons and strategic expert.
So why are you contacting me and not the president?
Because our department looks to the future, Karen.
What do you mean by that?
And presidents don't last forever.
You better start explaining yourself. Now.
Have you heard of Scorpius? Oh, I'll take that as a no. What about Sword of Orion? Ah, now I see that one strikes a chord, doesn't it?
Well, I know it was something that was hushed up. Something that went badly wrong.
Go on.
I don't know, it had something to do with a new weapon system?
Gone again. It's no good. I'm gonna move in closer so I can hear for myself. Have our marksman cover me. No firing unless I order it.
So, what is Scorpius?
In mythology, Orion was slain by Scorpius.
Very neat.
We at Scorpius were charged with the mission to pick up the pieces left behind by Sword of Orion.
President Levinson ordered this?
His predecessor did, when the war first started going badly.
Ah, I see.
Just because an idea becomes unfashionable or unmentionable doesn't necessarily mean that it's a bad idea.
And what is this idea? A weapon system?
Of a kind. But it's an idea that President Levinson finds it hard to contemplate.
Why?
Because he has no stomach for outright victory. He is a very civilized man.
Some would say that was an admirable quality.
You're getting nothing at all. Okay, I'm as close as I dare. I can just about hear them.
And during peacetime, they would arguably be right. But during a war, such a quality could threaten the survival of the entire human race. And it is such a quality that keeps Scorpius in the shadows, waiting.
Waiting for what?
Waiting for a president who has the stomach for a swift, outright victory, for extreme measures, decisive retaliation. Some might argue that the annihilation of the androids in Orias Beta 8 won't bring back the 50,000 humans lost, but then that was never your intention.
No, it wasn't.
What was your intention? Ah, I see the idea isn't fully formed yet.
Don't patronize me.
More of a gut instinct, wasn't it? We've been observing that gut instinct for a long time, Admiral.
We?
It gets results. And, when reported in the news media, stiffens the resolve of a disillusioned public.
They get enough bad news.
And you wanted to soften the blow of the 50,000 lost. You wanted to lift their spirits, make the war popular again.
Wars are never truly
President
popular.
Levinson should really be thanking you, shouldn't he?
Not much chance of that.
Did you know there hasn't been a single anti-war protest in any of the colony worlds or on Earth for over a week since your victory? There are usually hundreds. Yes. President Levinson really should be thanking you, shouldn't he? But instead, as usual, he stays silent. He angers anti-war groups as much as he enrages the military and their supporters.
That's politics for you.
He's a civilized man, too gentle and fragile for this difficult time in history. He endangers himself with his distaste for heroism.
Endangers? What exactly are you trying to say?
If only he could change.
Change?
Embrace what Scorpius has to offer, for example.
And exactly what does Scorpius
And if he
have
did, then perhaps the war would be over within a year. But, of course, that would be like asking him to be a different man altogether. Yes, a different man. Or woman.
What are you saying?
I think the Admiral knows what I'm saying.
I'm not the President.
But the Commander-in-Chief of all Earth forces has become President before.
I'm not the Commander-in-Chief.
Are you not? I see. Political rumors. I shall make a note not to listen to them anymore.
What? Hey, where's he?
Liam, I thought you were...
Surveillance signal was breaking up. Had to get in close. Where the hell did he go?
He was a hologram. Look, there's the projector. I wondered why he didn't look as soaked as us.
Pretty neat little thing. Never seen anything quite as flash as this. Hey, it's working again.
What the hell is that?
It was, I don't know, it looked like design animations. Some kind of battle armor?
It looked like... Was it human? It looked human, but...
Some kind of android?
No, the androids... But they always look like us. They want to be us. This was different. Like a human, but more.
It wasn't an android. We both knew that. It was... I felt it was almost human. But how could that be? It looked less like a human than even the most basic android model. But it was powerful. Unstoppable.
Such power. I'd never seen anything like it before. But looking at it made me feel something. Barnaby felt it too. Neither of us can find words to describe it. All the way back to Earth, neither of us speak of it. It's like we've glimpsed something forbidden. Paul Hunt. I keep thinking about what he said. Commander-in-Chief of all Earth's forces. Even President.
The people of Oceanic City welcome home Admiral Karen Brett, a true heroine of the human spirit.
Human spirit. Am I something special? I thought we all had that.
Keep waving, keep smiling.
Has he called yet?
My God, they love you, don't they?
They love good news. Well, has he?
Oh, yes. President Levinson requests the pleasure of your company immediately. Shall I order our course change for the White House?
Let's take the scenic route.
This office. This place. I'm feeling the weight of history on my shoulders, Mr. Glass. Like there's a line of presidents right behind me. Right back to the days of old America, before the Earth government was formed. You know what they're doing?
What's that, sir?
They're looking over my shoulder. Some of them great, some of them not so great. But they all want to know how I'm going to shape up, where I'll be in the ranking, how history will judge me. Last time I heard cheering like that, it was over 20 years ago, when we sent out the first task force to Orion. I was mayor of this city back then. Youngest mare they'd had. We thought it'd be over within a year. A year later, we'd stopped counting the body bags.
She's making us wait.
Yeah, she's making me wait, Mr. Gloust. Let her have her moment.
Yes?
Admiral Brett Skimmer has just landed on the Bradley lawn, sir.
Thank you.
Have her brought straight in here. I want to talk to her alone first.
Is that wise, Mr. President? It may look like...
Like we're much closer than people thought? I'm banking on it, Gloust.
Featuring as a guest of honor in a citywide victory parade bigger than anyone here can remember. Admiral Brett has finally arrived at the White House and is now heading towards the Oval Office. No one has confirmed the purpose of her audience with President Levinson. Some say it's simply a welcome home, but others point to those well-known rumors of tension between the Admiral and the President, which suggests there may be something more serious on the agenda. Duncan Levinson was elected on a tidal wave of anti-war protest 5 years ago. But since then, his fortunes have waned somewhat in the light of military defeats and the failure of all diplomatic efforts to end the Orion War peacefully. Some say that President Levinson is now an embattled figure looking for powerful friends to boost his popularity and his authority. But given the polar opposite views of Levinson and Brett, it's difficult to see what the basis for any new friendship would be.
Come in. Do sit down.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Congratulations, Admiral.
Congratulations.
On your victory.
It wasn't really a victory.
No. No, it wasn't. But everyone out there seems to think it was. Tea?
Why not?
Sugar?
Do you have any honey?
I'm afraid I don't.
One sugar.
You don't like me, do you, Karen?
I honestly don't know you, Mr. President.
You think you know what those people out there want, don't you, Admiral?
I think they want
But that's
victory.
my job. You're a soldier. I'm the elected president. It's my job to carry out the will of the people. Will you leave that to me in the future?
As you say, you are the
I
elected
know
president.
what they want. I know it as well as you do. They want good news. They want victory. But you've seen the tactical reports, haven't you?
Naturally.
So you know as well as I do that they're probably not going to get what they want. Not for a long time. And you know, makes me sick to say that. So, I'm going to give them something else they want.
And what's that, Duncan?
You, as Commander-in-Chief of all Earth's forces. You accept?
Yes.
Good. What the hell is going on out there?
The security forces, they're fully mobilized now, but I don't know what. They've been completely taken by surprise. Some sort of planetary skimmer. We don't know who they are. Terrorist peace protesters, maybe androids. We don't know. They seem to be wearing spacesuits, but a ship has crash-landed right in front of the White House, and armed figures in spacesuits have gunned down the presidential guards and are entering the building. Intruders have entered the building.
Gloust, what the
Mr.
hell?
President, Admiral, we have to get you both out of here.
Who are you? How the hell did you get in here?
You are President Levinson, President of Earth.
I I am, and I demand... What are you going... Oh!
Admiral Karen Brett, Commander-in-Chief of all Earth's forces, lay down your weapons. There's no escape. I don't know how you got in here, but you sure as hell won't get out alive. What?
The president is dead.
Who are you? Why are you wearing spacesuits? What do you want?
Will survive.
The raiders got away. We don't know who or what they were, and we can't be sure how they got away. Maybe a transmat beam, but the energy readings aren't like anything we've seen before. Maybe they were androids. Maybe.
While Karen was in hospital, the Senate appointed her president under the Emergency Powers Act.
Commander-in-Chief and then president, just like Paul Hunt predicted. She's made me Commander-in-Chief of Earth's forces now. I watch the charts on the wall. Ships go in, ships come out. We count the casualties. The Senate has given us budget increases. Bigger ships, more guns.
We thought we'd make a difference. It felt like we would. Like we could win this war. I've trusted Barnaby with my life more times than I can remember. He's a good man, a good friend. It's killing me to see him fail. It's killing my presidency. Only a few months in, they're hating me as much as they hated Levinson. There's no good news. I suddenly feel we might lose the war. That can't happen. We're fighting to preserve what we are. We're better than the androids. We made a mistake creating them. We must put that right. If they win, we'll lose what we are. That cannot happen. I'll never let that happen.
Scorpius? Why bring that up now?
Because our people are getting slaughtered out there, Liam. Because we take some new ground, then the androids retaliate faster and harder than we're prepared for. Because we're not just losing our best military personnel, we're losing civilians now. Colonists, pioneers, engineers, archaeologists, builders, plumbers, poets, the people I swore I would protect.
Of course, Madam President.
Liam.
Madam President.
I know you're doing your best, old friend.
Well, I am, but we're still losing.
We can't think like that, Liam.
No, I know.
You remember that? The hologram on Reticek 4. Remember that, don't you?
Yes, and Paul Hunt and his predictions.
We need to find out exactly what Scorpius can offer us. You understand me?
I looked up Scorpius when I first got this job. Didn't find anything much.
Look harder, Liam. For all our sakes. What's going on?
Security.
We have an intruder in the building, sir.
How the hell did that happen?
We've no idea, sir. Security guards are on their way to the Oval Office.
Never mind me. Get after the intruder and transfer security scan to my screen. I want to see him.
There he is.
Oh my God. He looks just like those raiders who killed Levinson.
Energy readings are matching too. Look, he's heading for your living quarters. The guards will never catch him. He's moving too fast.
Liam.
Madam President.
Karen.
Karen, you keep a gun in your desk. Hardly presidential.
Old habits die hard. I take it you're armed?
Always, but you're the president. You can't
You're
just...
right. The guards will never catch him.
But we will.
We'll take the service tunnels. You go right, I'll go left, we'll cut him off. Feels just like old times, doesn't it?
Emergency! Emergency! Intruder alert! All security squads intercept intruder heading west. Corridor 894. Intruder now passing intersection C9. If intruder resists arrest, shoot to kill. Shoot to kill.
Halt! Stay where you are. Put your hands on your head.
Madam President, where are you now?
Just got to my living quarters.
Madam President, Karen! Barnaby to security control. What is that? Something's jamming our signals.
Don't move. I'm armed. Put down your weapon. Slowly. Take off your spacesuit. I want to see who you are. The hologram. Scorpius. You're part of the Scorpius project? Answer me. What are you? Are you working with Paul Hunt? Answer me or I fire.
You cannot kill me. You cannot kill me.
Why did you kill President Levinson?
To make you president.
But why? Are you going to kill me?
No.
Then why are you here?
Madam President? Karen, are you in there? I'm reading say the intruder's in there. Madam President!
Take this.
What is it? A holographic projector?
You are the president now. We will help you win the Orion War.
We? There are more of you?
Only you must know this. You have been chosen.
Chosen? Why?
You are unique.
Unique?
Karen! Where? Was it in here? Are you all right?
It's all right. It didn't hurt me. It's gone.
Search these quarters. Let's make sure.
Sure. Right, move it.
Sir.
What happened? Karen?
It dematerialized.
It? What was it? An android?
I'm not sure. Must have transmatted, teleported, I don't know.
Are you all right? Did anything happen?
What do you mean?
I don't know. It's just that you seemed...
What?
Well, did it communicate with you in any way?
No.
Then what the hell did it want? I think maybe the MO should check you over.
Why?
You look like you're in shock.
Oh, I don't feel...
Humour me. Let him check you over.
If that would put your mind at rest, Commander.
It would, Madam President.
Unique. It said unique. Why am I unique? Why me? I must talk to Liam about it. I should, but... no. Not yet. If this... whatever it is... if there's a chance this could help us win the war, I must take that chance. I must. That's why I'm here. That's why they gave me this job. And I can't let them down. The medical officer says I'm fine. The MO says I'm fine. Don't fuss, Liam.
All right. We made a full scan of the building.
Anything?
Energy traces. Same as those left by the raiders who killed Levinson. And it definitely used some kind of transmat beam, only on a frequency we weren't set up to monitor.
Why not?
The boffins tell me it's a frequency neither we nor the androids ever use. To transmat on that frequency would apparently require...
What?
They said it would require technology we haven't even developed yet.
I see.
I've ordered our scanners recalibrated. If whoever it is tries again, we'll be ready for them.
Good. I don't want news of this leaking to the media. You understand me, Liam?
We've kept a lid on it. Don't worry.
This is just the sort of thing that could cause panic. That's the last thing we want. If the people think an unidentified intruder can just, well...
And you're sure you've no idea what it was?
No idea at all. That creature is what Paul Hunt wanted me to see on Reticek 4. It's the Scorpius project. A way to win the war. I've never lied to Liam before. I need to know more before I tell him the truth. And I don't even know what the truth is. All I know is the war never stops. Things only get worse. I come here today, as presidents of Earth have done for far too many years now, to honor those of our comrades lost in battle. We not only come here in a spirit of remembrance, but also in hope and certainty. In the firm hope that the fighting will soon come to an end. In the certainty that when that time comes, we will be victorious.
Liar! Liar! You're letting millions die! Millions!
Our struggle has been long. Our sacrifices have not been easy. But we best honor our fallen by pledging to continue the fight. A fight against those who would destroy our humanity. I offer up this supplication. We are not yet victorious, yet hear me, my people. Let not the machine who is beast or who thinks he is man come near me. Let it not claim kinship or equality. Let it not enslave or corrupt me, otherwise kill me. It is a difficult road ahead for us. For some, it is too difficult. But we've come this far. We cannot turn back. I swear to you all that I will never turn back. We don't fight this war for glory. We don't fight it for economic or territorial gain. We fight it in the name of humanity, for the very survival of our race. And I pledge this to you now. I will not rest until every last android has been decommissioned or destroyed.
She's a good president. She lies to them well. We used to be so close, but as every day passes, our jobs put more distance between us. I just hand her reports. She looks disappointed, angry, exhausted. It's a daily routine. But now there's another report. It's bad news for her. So how do I tell her? Like it's just my job. Casualty reports.
Put them with the others. What is it?
The Vaslovian system colony.
How bad?
Unexpected. Unprovoked. It took 3 days for the Frontier Patrol to respond to their calls for help. When they arrived, there wasn't much left. A few defense platforms with heavy casualties. All planetary populations wiped out.
Then...
I've asked the Frontier Patrol commander to...
My parents are dead.
Yes. Unless...
Thank you, Commander. Thank you.
Karen,
I think I'm going to my quarters.
Yeah, of course.
No calls.
Yes, Madam President.
Get me Commander Barnaby.
Madam President.
Liam, I need you here. Come in.
Karen, I'm so sorry. I didn't know
I
how
hadn't
to...
spoken to them in ages, but every time we docked, there was always a message from them, always telling me how proud they were, how they wished I'd taken up some other line of work, as Dad put it. They couldn't make it to my inauguration because of the war, travel restrictions. If they'd come here, maybe I could have persuaded them to stay. I never understood why they wanted to stay in that godforsaken place. It was just farmland, covered in bugs the size of your fist. Could have got them a really nice apartment here in the city, right by the park.
No one ever thought the androids would attack the Vaslovian...
It's not as
I
if...
could have known, I know. But the point is we can never be sure, because our enemy is smart and unpredictable. And you know why that is?
Because they're androids and they don't fight by the rules.
Because they don't fight to win. They fight to destroy our will to win. Which is why we have to do anything and everything to smash them before they drag us down with them. Have you discovered anything more about Scorpius? Well?
All the files were deleted.
Deleted? Why? On whose order?
President Levinson's. I'm sorry.
Find out why, Liam.
Can I get
That will be all, Commander. Unique. That's what Mum used to call me. Not sure it was a compliment. She usually said that when I was being headstrong, stubborn. Is that why I haven't shown Liam or anyone the holographic projector that creature gave me? If they can help us win the war, then I want to know how. Why? I don't have a choice. I don't have a choice.
So, you finally decided to trust us.
I don't trust you.
But you've not attempted to have this transmission monitored.
How can you be so sure of that?
We're sure.
All the files on Scorpius have been deleted. It's a dead project. No connection with the government anymore. Who are you really working for?
Scorpius has a life beyond those files.
Why were they deleted?
Because Levinson was a coward. Too scared to win the war. Are you too scared, Karen?
What are you offering? What is Scorpius exactly?
Your visitor.
And what was that creature?
Impressive, I think you'll agree. Not quite prepared to admit it yet. But imagine an army of those creatures. They're unstoppable. The androids will be utterly defeated by them.
And I'm supposed to take that on trust.
Why have you kept all this secret, Karen? Oh, don't try to deny it. If you'd shared information, your people would have dismantled the holographic projector. They'd be attempting to find us. They wouldn't have succeeded, but they'd be trying. But you've kept it all to yourself. Why? Oh, it's all right. Let me help you. It's because you are a great leader. Probably the greatest humanity will ever know. And a truly great leader shares nothing, trusts no one, has no friends. A truly great leader is not concerned with trivial emotions or short-termism. She does what she believes to be right, at any cost.
And what is that cost?
Come and judge for yourself.
How?
This projector contains a transmat unit. It's easily activated. It'll bring you to us.
My commander-in-chief has
had
the
your scanners recalibrated to detect the transmat frequency, I know. But I'm sure the President of Earth has the right connections to do something about that. The transmat can only be activated by you. It is keyed to your DNA. If anyone else attempts to use it or the transmat beam is scanned, the device will destroy itself.
You expect me to transmat alone to an unknown location without any
I don't expect you to do anything. I merely make the offer.
And if I refuse?
Then the killing will continue, and mankind will be defeated.
You don't know that.
I think you do, Karen. The decision is yours. All you have to do is reach out and touch the projector. It's primed now. Reach out. And that's all. She will come to us. Her passion is so strong. Her desire to win, to destroy her enemy. It's like a disease in her mind, consuming all rational thought. We didn't foresee the death of her parents. It will make her passion stronger. But there's a chance her irrationality will increase out of all control. That it will override even her desire to win.
In that case, she will be of no use to us.
Yes, but she is strong-willed. I feel she will come to us.
That is an emotional response.
Sometimes you have to think like your enemies to defeat them.
When they are defeated, there will be no need for emotion. There will only be strength of purpose.
Yes, she will come to us.
This is Earth Operations Control to Fighter Carrier ES Furious II. We now have signal relay alignment. Are you receiving us? Over.
The President's on her way. Is the hyperboost working?
If it is, we should have narrowed the signal delay to around 10 seconds, give or take. 4, 3, 2, 1...
Anything?
This is Furious II to Ops Control. We have you on hyper boost. Signal delay now reduced to 11.43 seconds. Operational report to follow. Over.
I have the Commander-in-Chief for you, Captain.
Captain, as you know, Furious II is the President's old ship. She's taking a special interest in your mission and will be here any moment now. Is the situation under control yet? Over.
Madam President.
Sorry I'm late. Anything yet, Liam?
They're still in the Dration system. The Captain's about to make his report. Signal delayed.
Situation not under control. Android forces have detonated the colony's reactor on Dration 7. Heavy civilian casualties. Radiation readings at critical. We can't get rescue ships in close without risking contamination. Our ground forces disabled by burns and radiation sickness. You should be getting our surface scans by now. Over.
We've got them.
My God. This is just what we feared. Look, android forces moving through the radiation-contaminated area.
They're completely unaffected.
That's how we built the advanced models. So they could all be adapted for high-risk industrial use in planetary emergencies.
Like a reactor blowing up.
And on Dration 7, they've blown it up on purpose. They're completely outnumbered, but they're gonna wipe the floor with us. Our people can't be lifted out or reinforced.
And they're too close for us to be able to use firepower from space without hitting our own people.
What orders should we issue, Madam President?
Commander-in-Chief? You know as well as I do that they can't do anything but wait for the radiation readings to cool off. And by then, android reinforcement ships will have arrived and the loss of life will be even worse.
What other choice do they have?
None whatsoever.
Captain, your orders are to wait for radiation to fall to safe levels. But be advised that you will be under attack from android reinforcements by then. We will reinforce you as soon as we can, but you must hold until relieved.
I've seen enough. Thank you, Operations Officer. Commander Barnaby, you're with me.
Madam President.
Any progress on recovering the deleted Scorpius files?
It's impossible to recover them. Levinson's people did a pretty thorough job. He wanted to make damn sure Scorpius was forgotten. We only found one thing.
What? Liam?
Scorpius was terminated on the advice of Paul Hunt.
What? But he's... Can't be right.
I know. It's not what I expected to find, but there's a record of a call he made direct to Levinson.
I'll need to hear that.
Of course. There's not much to hear. He just says, "You were right, cancel Scorpius, delete it all."
But Hunt said Levinson was a coward.
Did he? I don't remember that.
He implied it.
I suppose so. The funny thing is, the project files were deleted way before we met Hunt on Medchet 4.
This doesn't make any sense.
I know. You should read the minutes of the meetings the Scorpius team had with Levinson. There's not much detail, just security-vetted summaries. But the president was against it, whatever it was, all along. He and Hunt used to argue like hell. Then, one day, Hunt just made that call. There's no record of any further contact with Hunt. He isn't reassigned to another department, he just seems to disappear.
I see.
I'll keep you informed on the Dration system situation.
What? Oh, yes, of course. Thank you. Thanks, Liam. Although there's not much point, is there? We already know what's going to happen. Another battle lost.
You once told me that we shouldn't think that way.
Yes, I did. I remember. That seems a very long time ago. I know we can't win. Not if we go on like this. I must dare to think the unthinkable.
Well, I've got to get on with that bug spraying you're always joking about. Hopefully, we can get back to see you on Earth when things have cooled down a bit. Your mother can't wait to give you her suggestions for redecorating the Oval Office. Take care of yourself. I know it's a tough job you've got there, but, well, we're so proud of you, Carrie. And when things get too tough, just you remember, there's a job on the farm waiting for you back here. Bye now.
Central Computer Core. Requesting voice recognition coding.
Voice recognition. President Karen Brett. Please enter security code. Security code recognized. State security clearance level.
Critical.
Critical security level now active. Full presidential override authority accepted.
Access Presidential Palace Security Grid.
Accessed.
Access Transmat scanning.
Accessed. Awaiting presidential override commands. Awaiting presidential override commands.
Disable Transmat scanning.
Disabled.
She's activating the transmat. The frequency is not being scanned. I was right. She'll be here any moment now.
Soon she will belong to us.
In Cyberman Part 2.
Cybermen. They're Cybermen, aren't they?
It will soon be time to implement the next phase of our plan.
I've always been sure the humans could never defeat us.
Yes, you're popular. Yes, the people are happy, but the war situation gets worse by the moment.
Do you know what the Cybermen are?
You will now return to the White House.
They're the future of the human race unless I can stop it.
I can't remember a time when I didn't trust you, Leen.
We must return.
Tell me what the hell's going on, Karen.
There is nothing to fear, Cyberman.
Will I see you again?
I don't know. Probably not.
And thanks for nothing.
I will not rest until every last android has been decommissioned or destroyed.
God. If there's a chance this could help us win the war, I must take that chance. I must. That's why I'm here. That's why they gave me this job.
No, that doesn't make sense.
What is it?
Reads an Earth Raider ship approaching at speed.
You're right. This far behind our frontier defenses, that doesn't make sense. Check it again.
Earth Raider assault craft on direct intercept course with this tracking station.
What the hell do the humans think they're playing at? There's nothing more than a landing craft. No room for more than 10 personnel.
That's probably how they managed to slip past the frontier.
Okay, they got through, but they don't stand a chance. They must know that.
They've crossed our defense perimeter, now locked in our orbit. They're coming straight at this base.
Activate planetary defenses.
Activating. Automated weapons firing now. They're evading our fire.
It's impossible. Human pilot reflexes aren't that fast.
You can see for yourself, Commander. They're firing at our gun emplacements. Direct hits.
We're in trouble. Activate emergency recorder and transmitter beacon.
Emergency recorder activated. Planetary defense is disabled.
I don't believe what I'm seeing. They're getting through. Alert the perimeter guard.
Perimeter guard alert. All perimeter guards to emergency stations.
This is Orion Tracking Station Beta 4 to Orion Central Control. Emergency code X9. Single Earth Assault Raider has breached our planetary defenses. They've evaded our fire and are on direct intercept course. Ground defenses have been called to battle alert. Request backup immediately. Orion Central Control, are you receiving this signal? Orion Central Control, please respond.
Hyperpod homing response received. Reception gate activating. Hyperpod on final approach to sublight phase. Materialization in 10, 9...
She's going to make it. Contact
7,
primary order.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1... Materialization. Materialization complete.
Hello?
Samantha, you're active. Alive again.
Samantha. Yes. Alive again. Riordan, are you... have I arrived?
Yes, I'm here. You're back at Orion Central. We're opening the seals of your hyperpod now.
There's no dreaming, you know.
I know.
Sorry, it's just that I always wonder. Do you think the humans dream in hypersleep? I've never asked them. It would give me away, but I've always...
Think of the humans. You're among friends now.
Happy?
It's so good to see you.
All our functions read normal, Primary Order.
Thank you.
Normal? That's difficult to believe.
We'd better get on with the debriefing now.
Of course, Primary Ordon. The lounge has been prepared for you. If you'll excuse me.
Of course.
I'd started to think I'd never come home. That I'd live as a human for the rest of my life.
Sure. Let's get you out of there, shall we? Well, you finally decided to come back then. When your transmission stopped, I thought you'd been discovered. That you'd never...
I know. I know. It was the war. The human security restrictions got worse.
There's a chance in a million that we actually managed to get the hyperpod to you. We tried over 100 times. I'd almost given up hope.
I must give you my report.
Yes, yes.
Connect.
Thank you. So, this weapons expert, Paul Hunt, you were with him for over a year. You were his woman.
Yes. Riordan, please look at me.
He called you Sam.
I prefer Samantha.
Does it feel the same with humans?
Yes. Why wouldn't it feel the same?
He was called to Scorpius and you never saw him again.
That's good, isn't it? It means Scorpius is dead. It isn't a threat to us. What's going on?
That's the war room alarm. Something's happened. Come on. Report.
A transmission, Primary Ordon.
That's an emergency frequency. Someone's under attack.
Point of origin... Tracking station Beta 4. Heavy interference. Some sort of jamming.
Then unjam it. That tracking station is well behind our frontier. If they're being attacked, then we're in real trouble.
It's coming through. It's an emergency recorder transmission on a repeating cycle.
Emergency recorder activated. Planetary defense is disabled.
I don't believe what I'm seeing. They're getting through. Alert the perimeter guard.
Perimeter guard alert. All perimeter guards to emergency stations.
This is Orion tracking station Beta 4 to Orion Central Control. Emergency code X9. Single Earth assault raider has breached our planetary defenses. They've evaded our fire and are on direct intercept course. Ground defenses have been called to battle alert. Request backup immediately.
A single assault craft, that far into our territory.
They would have to be flying with a precision beyond human reflexes, more sophisticated than any of their computer systems could achieve.
Is there any more?
The recording may have been damaged.
We've got to know what happened. Have a reconnaissance ship dispatched to station Beta 4 immediately.
Immediately, Primary Ordon.
We're picking up more.
What the hell are those things?
They're not like us and they're not human.
They've broken into the maze structure. No response from any of our sentries.
Control, this is Orion tracking station Beta 4 to Orion Central Control. Please respond. Don't you hear us? Unidentified humanoid aggressors have wiped out our ground defenses and are entering.
Resistance is useless.
Who are you? You're not...
Our purpose is to terminate all androids. All of us will come to Orion. Your existence will be at an end. Disaster.
Cybermen. There's Cybermen, aren't they?
Have that image matched with the historical database.
I think that's the end of the transmission, Prime.
Just do as I ask.
Database match running.
You were right.
But I was wrong about Scorpius.
It's not about its purpose. To find a way for the humans to win the war with cyber technology. The reconnaissance vessel has made a full report. Take a look.
That raider ship headed straight back to the human sectors.
This must have been a test of their operational effectiveness.
So somehow the humans have gained access to cyber technology and are using it.
Remnants of cyber technology were being dug up on Earth even before the war, and they weren't even looking for them back then.
You think they found a crashed cyber ship buried for centuries since the first attempted cyber invasions of Earth?
That's what our intelligence people think.
So they're really going to do it? Convert humans into Cybermen just to defeat us?
You're not...
There can't be many of them yet. Otherwise they'd have come in force. Do we know when they transmitted this?
Yes, yesterday. Which means we still have time.
But how much time? The Cybermen are stronger than us. Their technology is more advanced. History teaches us they wanted to convert all humanoid races. Androids are an irrelevance to them. You saw what they did to our people at that tracking station. They're liable to see us as some kind of infestation that needs to be wiped out.
There's only one way to make Cybermen convert human beings. Now, that's not likely to be a popular concept for the humans to swallow, so the Earth government must be doing this in secret. We have to find a way of exposing the truth.
We could tell them. A broad-width transmission to all Earth territories.
And how many humans are likely to believe the word of their sworn enemies? We'll try that, but any transmissions that do get past the military's jamming will be dismissed as propaganda. Now, we need Scorpius to be exposed from within by a human being.
Then you need me to go back to Earth.
You're the only one who can. You're the only one of our agents who's never been detected. We have no one better and more familiar with human behavior.
Then I must go.
I'm sorry.
I know. So am I. Why would the humans want to do this? Change themselves into something...
Inhuman.
Are they so afraid of us?
Perhaps they're afraid of themselves. We're their creations, a reflection of what they think they are. Why else would they fear us? I've always been sure the humans could never defeat us. We knew that one day they'd tire of their war and accept that we are all essentially the same. Always hoped they knew that too, deep down. But now things have changed. Samantha.
Yes?
We'll prepare as best we can, but you must stop the humans from creating more Cybermen. It will be the end of us if they do.
I understand. Goodbye.
Today, I leave my car in the old city park and walk the 500 or so meters down Oceanic Central driveway to the White House, the presidential palace, the seat of supreme power on Earth and beyond. It's a nice day, and I need the air. And for the first time, it really hits me.